to a new Avi. And with that, blessed is your departure. For Arthur.
You were supposed to be my executioner. I'm just getting started.
And so are we. Welcome to Control, an entirely new way to enjoy the Apex games. The rules are simple. 2 teams of 9 compete. Legends gain points for their team by controlling set locations. The team with the most points at the end of the match wins.
You lost. Take it.
The brainchild of beloved philanthropist and interstellar genius Eduardo Silva, this brand new mode gives the people what they want. A blood sport the whole family can enjoy.
Bloody dirtbags!
Cheer for your favorite legends as they battle for control of spectacular locations across the Outlands.
What can I say? I love what I do.
The longer they hold on, the more points they earn.
You better run from Gibraltar.
Righto.
Why should death be the end of the road? In Control, it's nothing more than a speed bump.
Watch out! Here I come, brother.
Get back in there, slugger.
Congratulations.
Whether you're discovering miracle cures
Let's have fun, friend.
or battling enemy legends, teamwork is imperative. With bigger teams than ever before,
Follow the tunnel.
the legends will have to find new ways to get the best out of their squad.
Incoming!
And if a legend's performance makes the fans happy, we'll make that legend happy with our all-new Ratings Leader title. Great job, Seer.
Exquisite.
Tune in this season to find out who will take control.
Victory is assured.
And now, let's extend a hearty welcome to your new legend.
I'm no legend. I'm a bloody warlord.
After a speedy and fair trial, war criminal Mad Maggie has been humanely sentenced to die in the Apex games. But Maggie is no easy prey. What she lacks in empathy and basic human decency, she makes up for in stubbornness and raw ferocity.
Who wants to die first?
And while her impotent rage is merely delaying the inevitable, it's sure to keep us all entertained.
I'll pop and I'll execute the whole bloody lot of you!
A dastardly sneak attack orchestrated by Mad Maggie has wreaked havoc on Olympus, teleporting objects and buildings across the city. Maggie's Sabotage has upended the natural order. The legends will need to adapt quickly to their new surroundings to have any hope of surviving. Of course, there's more to life than just survival.
I know what I like, and I know how to get it.
That's why our legends are able to express themselves to their heart's content.
This outfit could use some high-caliber accessories.
Thanks to bold new leadership, the Apex games are going to be more exciting than ever. We guarantee madness will take control.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Charged and ready.
Who's ready to pull some G's?
It's showtime.
Fly. Fight. Win.
Marvelous.
What can I say?
I'm here to break the game.
Here comes a little old school.
The hunt begins. This mask has seen life through death. With each victory, I rise to a new Avi. And with that, blessed is your departure. For Arthur.
supposed to be my executioner.
I'm just getting started.
And so are we. Welcome to Control, an entirely new...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NVIDIA GeForce Esports Festival Apex Showdown, sponsored by Crucial and Colorful. I am Mamba Senior. Alongside me are two wonderful gentlemen. They are none other than Umesh, Grips, Kriplani, and Universe FPS, who I've been talking to quite a bit, especially in the pre-show, having our own banter, having our own fun. But I hope all the viewers had a lot of fun yesterday. We have a lot more matches lined up. 12 more matches to go over the course of today and tomorrow, and 6 games being lined up right now. But we'll talk about all of that. I want to come to you, Crips and Universe. How are you guys doing?
Doing really well, Mamba. Yesterday's games were absolutely amazing. There was this one team, Clutch Ministers. They were able to win they were able to win 3 out of the 4 games that they played yesterday, and there were 6 games in total. So you already know that there are some teams in the lobbies who are absolutely going to demolish everyone else. But all the other teams who are trying to get up to their level, I think they're going to have to work extra hard and be a little more careful, especially when they're approaching their landing spots.
Oh, absolutely. But Universe, coming to you. First of all, I like your t-shirt. It's white. I don't know. It just goes on really well with the aesthetic you have.
Thank you.
What is your take on the games that happened? Yeah. I think Crips is just jealous. Crips is just jealous with the fact that usually it was him who I'd flirt with, but this time around it's somebody else who's younger and newer.
Hey man, third parties happen all the time, especially in Apex, so I'm not surprised.
Yikes. Okay. Well, talking about third parties, there was quite a bit of it happening yesterday, and I think that it's kind of the name of the game in Apex Legends, where you always have to look at one angle at once, and then immediately there's another team coming from behind. While yesterday we had a team called Third Party Legends who we expected to do a little bit better, did not end up doing as well. They finished off in the 11th position after I saw the entire table. We saw in the top 10 yesterday. They were off by 2 points, but I think we spoke about your Clutch Ministers with 80 points secured the top spot yesterday, and today we're going to have a whole new set of teams from three other groups, Group D, E, and F. Excuse me, and they're going to be fighting it off in their sets of matches, which are going to be going on across the entire evening today from now till 8 p.m. We've got 6 games lined up, and I think that we should be looking at some teams who can maybe do or replicate something that Clutch Ministers is yesterday. So consistency is going to be key here, which I think was also noted by the team Bamboozled, who finished second, but I didn't quite expect it.
Well, I mean, look, we didn't expect a lot of things, especially the conversion ratio that Clutch Ministers had, right? It's incredible. 75% conversion rate is insane to think of in any VR title, right? Let alone Apex Legends, because it's so fast paced. A lot of things can go wrong. You need to get a lot of things right to even win one match, but winning 3 out of 4 is just incredible. But Crips, coming back to you, right? Today, a new set of teams, new set of players, and a fresh breath of air because we're going to see probably or hopefully a different style of gameplay.
Even I expect a different style of gameplay. Yesterday, I saw that the team Third Party Legends, which you spoke of, they were not third party. In fact, they were the ones who were engaging in the first battle themselves.
Yep.
Today, I would like to see a lot more of those spontaneous tactical decisions where one team decides to completely screw over the other one by either disengaging or re engaging at the right time. I would like to see some rotation hold offs. We saw a lot of those yesterday, but only in the last few circles. We never saw any gatekeeping action in the third or fourth circle, which honestly was quite surprising to me. I hope that stuff changes today. And I hope that we get to see action all throughout the game. Not just in the end circles. We want some drop fights right at the beginning. We want some mid-rotation fights. I don't even mind if those fights end abruptly and both the teams just decide to go their separate ways. I totally wouldn't mind that, but I just want a little bit more action spread out consistently, and we get to see someone or the other either fight or die at some or the other time.
Interesting. Well, I mean, all in all, you just want to see some action, right, Crips? And that's
Yeah,
something that we all hope for.
consistently, not all of it concentrated towards one end of the game. I want to see it like spread out consistently, like a nice
Man can only dream.
man can only dream. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's the reason why hopes and dreams are not very realistic sometimes. But then again, we can only ask for entertaining matches and a lot of action. Universe, here's the thing. All right, we'll talk about Apex, we'll talk about everything, but we need to talk about the people that make this happen. And one of them is, of course, Kryptonite Microsystems. Wonderful systems at place. And they also have something called GeForce Esports PCs, where they have pre-made PCs for esports enthusiasts and people who want to start a career in esports and want to start competing but have no idea on what to buy and how to put a PC together. There are pre-made PCs which are very well optimized, and as Universe says, frames win games, and that's exactly what you need, especially with NVIDIA Reflex coming to picture, right, Crips?
NVIDIA Reflex. Oh my God, this technology has been a godsend gift to us. It increases your performance of the PC by at least 30%. It reduces all the background redundant tasks and optimizes each and everything. And 144 is just the monitor cap that you might achieve. In fact, I've been getting 400 500 FPS in Valorant while playing this. I don't even need that much FPS. It's an overkill, but to be honest, it's worth it, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Imagine having 500 FPS. That's it.
I know, right? That's a big flex in itself.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about you, all the peasants. I'm talking about 1000 FPS in the range. But regardless, Universe, have you had the opportunity to use NVIDIA Reflex yourself?
Oh yeah, I have. I think that it's quite a bit of a boost that any person would love to have in their gaming sessions. Whether you're a casual gamer, whether you're an esports player, I think these small bits of changes that NVIDIA brings into every other game that they go through, and now especially the Apex Legends tournament that we are hosting has, I'm pretty sure, helped quite a number of players who would have turned on their NVIDIA Reflex settings, and they have the input lag completely, taken out by 30%, which is a huge boost to your performance, helps you spot out your enemies sooner, helps you get a little bit, smoother gameplay, and of course, it gets you the frames that you need to win the games. So overall, NVIDIA Reflex, like Krip said, is a godsend gift, and I think that, everybody should go for this to get themselves a better gaming experience.
Oh, absolutely. It still reminds me of the days when, this is like 10, 12 years ago, right? Playing on 60 frames, 30 frames. I still remember very old titles. And I would move my arm, and then half a second later, with screen tearing and whatnot, my cursor would actually move, right? And we still enjoyed it. But the times have changed very quickly. It's a lot more faster now, especially in a game like Apex Legends, right? It's all about milliseconds. It's all about taking those decisions, but also, not just making those decisions, but actually working upon them, actually executing your plans as well. And for that, you need to be quick on your feet, and your machine needs to support it. But regardless, let's go back to the games and the matches at hand over here. Because, look, from what I've seen, there are a lot of promising players over here, and the game will go live in a bit. We'll talk about the teams as they come up. But Crips, Universe, I hope you guys have fun. For all the viewers watching, make sure you guys grab some popcorn because we have a lot of interesting action lined up.
I think popcorn's going to be the least of their concerns. The main priority is going to be keeping your throat not so parched, because the action is going to be so hot, so intense, you're most likely going to start sweating, even while just sitting there and watching.
Oh, absolutely. But I do believe Universe might have a tip or two to share because he's been having a lot of ice cream lately.
Sure. I mean, I have had ice cream, and I think that's why my throat is a little scratchy today. But that doesn't mean you don't keep yourself hydrated, And I think the one tip that I would, probably give myself at this point is always stay hydrated. Keep yourself with water, next to water all the time. That's
absolutely. But here's a lobby, right? Here's a lobby. You're seeing all the players on your screen right now. I do have a friend of mine playing somewhere over there. I am not quite sure if he's there. His name happens to be Adam Mai, so I know for a fact this is an
We saw him
tournament.
yesterday.
And well, he's not in this group. Regardless, he's not playing today. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. While you're not supposed to have your favorites, but secretly, well, even as talent, right, you could potentially root for players. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hop into the game. So, Crips, Universe, boys, take it away.
Well, good to see that we get to, see the champion squad as well. The guy you saw over there, Chigger, happens to be a Predator since the last 3 seasons, and I've played with him. Absolutely destroyed me. But yeah, so good to see him in the lobby hunting someone else down, not me. Plane already has taken up. The dropship is going from the southern end to the northern side. It's going to end right above Skyhook. And let's see where all the teams drop. Surprisingly, not a lot of them are going towards Fragment. We take a look at the main map later and figure out exactly where it is that the majority of the people are landing. Although if I get to see some early Fragment fights, I will totally not be disappointed. We did not get to see any Fragment fights yesterday at all. Not a single Fragment battle.
Yeah, I don't think people are, that much of a fan of Fragment at this point. I think they prefer going to, situations where they can actually find loot before they even, see the heavens above themselves. I mean, that's usually my ranked games when I play Apex. Like, I think about in 10 games, I think about 1. Okay, I'm going to climb down to Fragment West. I'm going to go to the very edge of it so that I can play safe as well as gather some loot. But before I can even climb down, I have 4 people shooting in my general direction, and my banner's way far gone from my teammates.
I mean, I'm the kind of person who hot drops construction building every time, so I think I'm a little too sweaty for your liking. But yeah, not that I succeed every time I land over there. Sometimes I don't even find a gun. But come on, it's a tournament.
Yep.
I agree that teams play a little more conservatively over here. And not everyone is as sweaty in their pubs. I mean, in pubs and at least in every rank below Diamond, everybody keeps going to Fragment all the time. There's going to be like 7-8 teams over there at a minimum. But over here, absolutely nobody.
Yeah, I think that, this is going to be a good matchup today. I think that with the fresh faces that we're seeing today, we should expect a little bit extra action. And I think that the way, we're going to see the map probably today close up. Yesterday was a very southern region that we were focused on across, I think, about 4 matches. We had a very southern circle. It was only a couple of times where we saw it ending up in, towards Skyhook and maybe a little bit on the other side, But today, I would like to see where exactly the circle ends, but immediately as I talk about the circle, here's an early fight coming up, Crips, and it's hyper competitive, who might have lost a player, but they've got their Valkyrie doing some damage here. Devanshu has got his teammate back up, and I think they've already eliminated one of the teams, and they are off on a good start here near Thermal Station.
North, I see that guy's name in the kill feed, and Red Retro is playing along with him. That team is one team that you should really keep your eyes on. North, Red Retro, 2 of the best players. I want to know who their 3rd player is. Even right now, in front of you, you have Team Hyper Competitive. I happen to know Comp Space. Damn annoying player to play against because he's so versatile, and I think that's going to be the meta of this team as well. They're going to keep moving around and try not to get pinned down. And I think that's what's going to boil down in this lobby, especially towards those late circles. If you manage to pin a team down somewhere, then you're going to be in a much better position to finish them off. Over here, though, in Overlook, we have Team DT7 going up against their opponents. They've already cracked one of their opponent's shields, but we don't really know who they're up against. Vampire, he's trying to flank from the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Ranjane, he has his sights set on one player right in front of this house. The Loba teleports back onto the high ground. The entire enemy team has now come together and regrouped. Will DT7 still have it in them to go ahead and chase or even force this fight for that matter?
Well, Vampire seems that he wants to get this fight. He's gone on the flank, and him having that gold armor does give him the confidence to go ahead and try to stick it up, to them. Throw a couple of grenades and have a little bit of a flanking maneuver. But they're being a little careful about this. Vampire's actually gone away from there. They don't want to take this fight head on. They're going into the tunnels, probably towards Geyser. If that is how they want to go. But there must be another team situated over there waiting for them, I believe. Geyser is a very, a favorite place of mine. I don't know how many people would actually choose to go there. But rotational-wise, I think for the moment, they are the ones who are looking towards tunnel. And fortunately, if you had a Loba, maybe you could have gone for some of that gold loot that, would be present here. But
hey, but forget about Loba. I see a crypto drone floating on the map somewhere, which means there is a crypto in the lobby. We never saw crypto in yesterday's games. Hopefully we get to see some action today. Although the buff that crypto has received recently, I don't really like it all that much. It doesn't turn him into any better of a legend in my opinion. But hey, if people are comfortable with it, that will be great. Hyper competitive. We saw them just a few seconds ago in Tree, and now they're already on the edges of Lava City. That's what I meant by this team is very difficult to pin down. They move around the map so often in different points of interest in every 1 or 2 minutes.
Well, they've got an early push over here. Hyper competitive have gone away from where they initially were and now have taken over new region. And while they do have no competition here, they've got loot for days to take upon. I do have this thing to talk about. It's the crafting materials that keep shifting up rotations. How often do you think that they're actually useful? Because every time I see it's I do not find anything useful that I can use. But yesterday when I saw we had the helmets and the purple helmet and the purple bag, which did level 3 bag, which gave them quite a bit of advantage to
So what's your question? Are you trying to ask me, is there any benefit in terms of loot, or is there any benefit in terms of rotation and positioning?
I would say,
what's
is
the
there any
question
benefit of loot? Because it's very do you think that crafters are good right now?
They're the best. They're the most balanced thing that's ever happened to Apex. And they only dispense the necessary things, right? Batteries and sometimes some attachments. In fact, right now in the top right corner, you can see what attachments are there, right? There's a shotgun bolt available. And I think the most important aspect is the bag. That's what you can craft in today's crafting rotation. Might not be available all the time, but whenever there's a bag available in crafting, I am a happy man. I don't want to, keep deciding about my inventory management with white bags or blue bags. I like my purple stuff. In fact, yesterday we even saw people craft weapons from the replicator.
Yeah.
I don't always.
There are quite a few.
I think that's your question, right? Whether or not I like weapons in the replicator. I'm not against it. This thing used to be there in season 4 when it released earlier, but is that a fight that I see brewing towards Fragment, or is that just a single team? For now, it does seem like, this is the single team, right? Yeah. Sorry, I got a little too excited. I knew that there were a couple of teams inside Overlook, and I knew that some of them might come down to Fragment. But DT7, the one team that we were seeing, they decided to pop into the caves instead and go towards Geyser instead of coming back towards Fragment.
They haven't yet gone towards Geysers. They're still inside tunnels. They're keeping themselves safe. There is a team inside Geysers. Not quite sure which team that is, but I definitely did see one. And here's XZM Clan, who have spotted out another team there. You can see Baron Zemo, Samurai, and Thunderflash. And it looks like they have been made aware of the fact that there is a team on Overlook who have taken over that. And the zone is actually coming towards this eastern side as well. So this is giving them a little bit of that zone advantage where they can just stick around, wait for the opponents to come to them, don't have to push out of here. And XZM clan are just holding on to their ground as well. They don't seem like they have, good weaponry that they can take long range fights from, except for this wingman that Manu is holding, but he's getting closer.
Yeah, but
Zema-
forget about weaponry. I'm more concerned about their shields. There's already purple shielded teams in the lobbies, but they have whites. Oh no, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, another fight. This is happening towards the western side of the zone right now, on the edge of the main tower. It's Island guys going up against their opponents, and Kyers Miller, he's managed to knock down 2 players instantly. Revive comes through on Bunny-Mao, and they should be able to get everything back on track.
Yep. And with the kills that they've got a lot more loot to go for. Shield swaps coming through. Got a lot of ammo as well. And they're right next to the zone. So
Interesting.
They've got everything that they need. But for the moment, Island guys are in a very, very secluded position. So they don't really have to worry about, a team coming and ambushing them here. So they've got rotational or, positions open for them. But they're still very aware of what could happen, what could not. Because you can see that they're not moving out of this tunnel space yet. They're just holding.
Yeah, they don't need to. There's still a minute and a half left. They'll get all the armor and everything else they need. DT7, on the other hand, just got out of the caves, and are they heading back into Overlook all by himself without his teammates?
Yeah. Oh wait, I think he's just scouting out for people.
Yeah.
I don't think he's moving around for rotational qualities, because I think they are in the zone, so they don't.
Yeah,
really
they're in
need
the
to
zone.
do
They don't need to. Yeah, he's just trying to just figure out, gather some information. I mean, some people use crypto drones, and the other people just fly above with the Valkyrie. So that's also cool. Although I noticed that Bunny Mao and the Island Guys team, they're playing on a bunch of controllers. I think they're playing from PlayStation. They're not the PC players. So
look at
let's
Geyser,
see
though.
how that. Yeah, let's see how that pans out for them. You're right, Universe. Geyser is a very sweaty place right now.
Yep.
Three teams
Yep.
over there, and all of them need to get inside the zone via
They
the
will go
tunnels.
through tunnels, maybe. Yeah, and over there's a 4th team waiting for them, which is DD7. And here's Power Pop Girls, though. They are standing on the outskirts of Fragment and right in between, Overlook as well. They are situated in a mountainside over there. And they have a view towards the northern side where the team has just rotated in from Climatizer. And they've got a good spot. Eyes everywhere, ears everywhere else. And they are in the open for now. Nobody, I think, is presently inside Fragments. I don't think anybody's in the city at the moment. But talking about things on the inside, here's a tunnel fight, and this is DD7 taking that fight along with Hyper Competitive, and looks like DD7 might not survive this. Here's the Black who's trying to take the fight. He's gone down very low. How is he survived that one?
They do manage to keep themselves alive. Com Space with a double, but another team has already rolled up. Bangalore and Wraith coming through, using the Gibby Dome against them. Com Space also knocked. It's just down to last player, and he's been finished off already. Hyper Competitive is out of this game. DT7 finding the perfect timing. They weren't there as soon as that fight ended, but they arrived just in time to stop them from resetting. The scan does reveal that there's a couple more players around the corner as well. So DT7 might want to hold on to this region and gatekeep the other teams. Then the only option left for the other team would be to either tank the zone damage and go swing around the right-hand side across the mountains, or force this fight inside the cave. But I don't like the fact that Vampire is... Exactly. Unnecessary move in my opinion, but hey, if they're feeling confident about their aim, then why not? And they decide to back off just in the nick of time. The 3rd zone has been activated. At this point, the flesh damage is a bit too much. So, regardless of whatever they do, the other team that's stuck out there inside of Geyser, they're going to have to move really quickly.
Yeah, they really have to, because if they have to force their way into the tunnels, there's no other way for them to get out of here, and they're going to try and keep themselves alive. And while DT7 have got so many dead boxes in front of them, that's a lot of syringes and medkits that they can hop on. And given that they've got practically all the utility that they need to keep themselves alive, even if they want to fight this inside the zone, makes it all the more difficult for the team that's going to be rotating inside here. And given that Vampire has his gold shields, he's got quick healing as well. And, I'm not quite sure if he has that gold backpack, which will allow him a lot more versatility. I think it's like, it's kind of debatable. What would you choose, Clips? Would you have the gold armor, or would you have the, the red armor with the Evo shield?
If I'm playing a Pathfinder or a Wraith, gold. If I'm playing any other legend which can't get out, I'd rather have the red shields.
I like that. Well, DD7 have gotten out of that region, and here's fights coming outside, just outside of tunnels. I think they're trying to scout them out.
No, they're not trying to start them out. This is their landing location in default. Depression, Team Depression, consisting of North, Red Retro, and Yateshwar. They always like to hold this compound. They also have a name for it, and it's called No Name. I know, the irony is rich, but that's what they always do. They try to stop that team from Valculting away, but the Skyward Dive is successful. They can't shoot them down mid-air. But the problem over here is what's going to happen once they land, because there's teams everywhere. And even if you go to some house which is isolated and doesn't have anyone waiting for you, you're still going to be in the thick of things. Meanwhile, Depression, they're going to be on the edge of the circle. Not the best place to be if they get zone screwed later on, but at least they don't have to worry about their backside with this one.
But right ahead of them is DT7 over there, Crips. You can see they're right about that mountain on the right side, and they've spotted another team here, taking a couple of shots, and Detro goes down. Red Retro takes out a man with the similar name of his. Well, the names are quite a bit of a tongue twister here, but
there can only be one.
Yeah, there can only be one.
So, yeah, they got that knock. Can they thirst it? Did they thirst it, actually?
No, I don't think so. I think he was able to crawl away. They've let him be for now. And they are getting pressure from the other side. Oh, there comes another team. Crypto and Theos are right under them. And support is coming in. He's heard this. There comes the ultimate as well. They're getting away from here. The Bangalore ultimate is not going to get them any sort of damage. Smokes come through. They have no information as of now, apart from the fact that they are around this compound. And this no-name compound that the Team Depression holds could put them into depression if they lose out a couple of fights here.
They won't. Don't worry. Oh, they're spotting out so many more teams. One DT7 approaching from the caves. The other team from Fragment rotating in the open from the train tracks. They might have a little bit of natural cover over there, but Depression realized that there's way too many people to gatekeep, and they won't be able to stop all of them. So might as well just pick one weak target and double down on them.
Yeah. They're still keeping their, wits about this position, though. They don't really want to give up these houses. It's good cover as well. And over there on the other side, TTV Crypto has taken over with his team another compound. So this is basically the one holding place that they cannot go away from. And there's teams circling around here. The zone is moving away, Crips. It's going onto the northeastern side. It's heading up towards the edge of Overlook. And now they're being pressured Depression. They're slowly looking to get away into the zone as quickly as possible so that the rotational, contingencies that could come in the late zone rotation will not hamper them, and they're going to be able to gatekeep these opponents from coming in, because now they've got a good position, they've got cover as well, going into the slightly higher ground, but they've got a lot more teams to worry about inside the zone. Look at how many members are in front of them, about 12 at least, and that's 10 squads in total, and they're fighting one off right now. There's fights erupting over here. We've got a complete chaotic situation here, and Depression are caught right in between. They've got pressure coming in from behind as well, but they're able to get away as a team that's fighting them bows up, but no, they go straight in for it. They've got a fight right in front of them, and this is DT7 who are taking in as much damage as possible, and they're gonna get pincered, and they're gone. DT7 have been demolished.
They lost Red Retro in the process, but the teleport of the Wraith can easily get them to a safe spot. They also have enough heals to keep themselves sustained, and luckily for them, there's nobody on their backside, so they are safe. In fact, even the replicator zone directly ahead of them is vacant, so that is a brilliant spot to hold. If they are able to get there, they can get themselves some meds again, craft them off. And while there is a team in the underneath tunnel, there's only one way for that team to come up. It's either outside the tunnel, which is a long way around, or via the zip line, which is directly situated above the replicator, which Team Depression looks to take.
They are just below that just above that zip line. And Dead Beast, it looks like they're going to be losing one of their players, and Blunder King just looks to run away from this fight. He wants to stay alive, and it looks like he wants to play for placement right now. But he's been hunted, he's been spotted, he's been damaged as well. He's barely living with an inch of his life thanks to the shield battery. He's going to get one, but he's again been sonar detected. His teammate comes near him to try and get that revive, but I don't think he's...
That's okay. Nobody can push them. Nobody can push them right now. Look at the position that they have. If any team approaches them, they will be shot by someone else or the other, because there are people everywhere around them. And the moment they get the res off, here comes the send in. The trailer is now empty. Team Deadbeats is, as the name suggests, dead. And that's why Aim Assist... I love this name, Aim Assist Abuser. They have now taken this trailer truck, which is actually not that bad of a spot to hold. There's plenty of fences that you can play around over here. And if you can somehow portal directly underneath that tower, then you're going to be safe from the vantage point as well. But let's be honest, the tower team is not the biggest threat over here, is there? The
No.
bigger threat over here is the team towards the edge of the circle. That's right now Weird Rolo, who you saw on your screen just a second ago, and obviously Team Depression.
I do want to talk about this one team that is right on the edge of Overlook on the other side of where we right now see AMS Assist Abuser on their western side. They had taken over, I think it was Red Retro. They were on a very high ground. I think they're on top of a tower somewhere. I'm not quite sure where I spotted them. But for the moment, there's 6 squads left. And the circle is coming to almost its final stage. They're trying to switch up their shields to get as much damage as possible with the sniper so that they can... Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is what I saw. Red Retro's on top of it. Now, here comes the rockets from the Valkyrie. While they are going to be hit by this, they're very, very out in the open here, Grips. They could be damaged across 4 different directions with 4 different teams.
Yeah, but that's fine. Red Retro and his team, as long as they have the high ground, they're always going to have something to play against. For all the other teams, for that matter, there's only like 3 compounds which they can hold. One is the L-shaped compound, which currently lies unoccupied. The garage house also surprisingly unoccupied, right? I thought that was the main position which everyone will like to take, but that isn't the case. Even XZM clan, who don't have a bad position right now.
They've been here for the entirety of time we've seen them so far.
Yeah, they can continue staying here. It's not a bad position at all. But it might screw them over in the next zone, because then they're gonna have to fight 2 teams while going in. And if you're fighting 2 out of the 6 teams that are in this lobby right now, it's a bad thing anyway. The bubble from Team Depression has been forced out. No, that wasn't Depression's bubble. That was someone else's bubble. North is just going there to gather some more supplies and get back up on the tower. He's even got the portal for the same reason. Now they realize that the garage house has been occupied by one of the teams. One team in the trailer truck. In fact, there's 2 trailer trucks, and both of them, exactly, both of them have been occupied, and the one house that's remaining. Every team has a place to call home.
Yeah, and they've got information on all of them. This is Depression's game if they played well, because now as soon as that zone starts moving in, Crips, every team is going to be forced to fight, and these guys can just get a firing range from up above, and they can give damage absolutely in hundreds of numbers. And now, as soon as that last 30 seconds will die down, we're going to see chaos in the highest now action over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a huge fight between those 2, trailer teams, as well as AVC, who's sitting in that compound. And I think that Thunder Flash and Co are going to be able to survive for a little longer, because they're in that bigger compound and they've got a little bit of, room to play with. But North is being very, very cheeky about his positioning. Look at him. He's forcing them to, peek out and make some sort of movement.
He's taken the position on top of the garage house, which is great, because if his teammates on top of the main tower die, at least he will still be able to play for placement points. And naturally, the team that's inside the house will never check their own roofs. They'll only be able to see the other roofs of the other houses. A Valkyrie at this time of the game, I'm very concerned about where they land. Oh, they're landing right on top of the other team. 3 teams inside the same house, and the chaos now begins. If there is a fuse in the lobby, this would be the wet dream of any Fuse players over here. Retro landing on top, knocks out the entire team, becomes the kill leader, and that's going to be Evil God's team out of the game, down to the last 4.
Yeah, Depression, they are taking control, and they are trying to be the dominant team in this situation. Still the high ground in their favor. They're trying to look down upon every single person. There's Jigalicious, who might just be taken out here, and we've got Genius on the other side as well. He's trying to stay alive, trying to stay, as healthy as possible so that he does not have to reuse his, batteries. But there goes the zone. They're trying to get, as much kills as they can on top of the roof over here, but they're being pushed off. And now Depression are moving in. They've got a fight to take. They've already taken out 1 more. Here they go towards the last team. This is a 1v1 now, and it's against Baron Zemo. He's trying to hide behind his teammate, but they've taken him out. He's got the gold shield, tries to get his teammate alive, and Baron Zemo, there's no way you're winning this. Depression take the game.
It's like a fly, a mosquito that you're trying to swat out of the sky. Depression with the best movements and the best positioning in the game. From the fighting in Overlook to holding onto the no-name compound, moving in, killing Team DT7, taking the replicator zone for themselves, and then moving on to the top of that tower. They got all the information from that location, and if that wasn't enough, they then jump onto the top of the roof of the garage house. And that is the main position which they had to defend. The team underneath them cannot shoot them. Chigalish's team, his team ahead of them, while they can spread out, they will have to face 6 opponents at once because the team in front has to shoot the team on the roof and the windows. So they just made the other teams infight with each other, kept themselves safe, and that is situational awareness at its finest.
Oh, absolutely. But there's one thing I need to bring up. Retro with that absolute baller move. He had the perfect timing. He had the drop along with the Bloodhound coming in and getting all the information that Retro needed to get all those kills, coming in, flanking, and then absolutely coming in clutch in the last fight. It's incredible to see. This is what we hoped for, right? This is the sort of momentum we wanted to carry into the day. Game number 1, ending with a bang, and there's nothing more that a viewer could ask for. Even myself, right? I was watching you guys cast, I was watching the gameplay, and that last fight, the last 2 fights were just quite something into us.
Yeah, they most certainly were. I think that the team that landed on top of the garage, where we saw that Thunderflash and his team was there, and on the other side we've got Depression as well. They got sandwiched, and quite literally sandwiched. It was not like a sandwich that came in from the side. There was a team below them which was inside the house, and then there was a team above them which came from the heavens above. And Retro got
Just like a vertical sandwich.
Yeah, it was like a real sandwich. They got completely hammed out, if I may, and there was nothing they could do. Retro just came in, got the information. 2 players completely unaware of the fact that he's going to be jumping upon them. They were too worried about what's behind them and what's happening from inside garage, and they got sandwiched. And Depression made the best use of positional advantage. Every time they had a high ground to take and they could put their opponents in an uncomfortable position, they did. They stayed on top over there for as long as possible, and they eventually forced a fight where they knew they've given enough damage to the teams where at some point they're not going to be able to recharge those shields again. No cover, went straight in for the fight and emerged victorious.
Here's my question, Crips. We can talk about the game all we want. We can analyze the plays, which we will as well. We'll break them down. But what kind of a sandwich do you eat when you say vertical sandwich?
Exactly, right? He forced my hand. He's like, it's not like a regular horizontal sandwich. And then I was like, oh, he's trying to
This is the regular sandwich.
That is a regular sandwich. It's not a vertical sandwich. That's how regular sandwiches are made. Sir, I'm not quite sure what you've been eating, but it's very concerning, I'll tell you that. But
I've been having parathas, end of topic.
Yeah, no, he was having egg burji and I believe it was paratha yesterday, making us all salivate in the break. But look, here's the thing, right? Early on in the game as well, we did see a lot of action. It was not just the end game, but it was action throughout the game, consistent action, as Crips likes to call it. And Crips, what's your take on that?
I'm actually glad. Some of the fights that we got to see early on, they almost always involved some of the other gatekeeping action. Like, for example, Island guys fighting just on the border of Skyhook, gatekeeping a team that's coming through the caves. Then DT7, they were able to beat Comspace team, and that also happened in the caves of Geyser. So all those actions are great. And that's the kind of fights that we get to see in the 3rd and 4th circle. Something that we didn't see too much of yesterday, but I'm just happy that we get to see all of that, and the mid game is also a little bit more action packed.
Absolutely. But Universe, apart from the game, right, I've seen some pretty creative names in there.
I know.
One team name that stands out, right? Even from yesterday or from today, which is one team name that stands out for you?
I wouldn't say there's one. I think there were quite a few. I think
Yeah, a lot of them.
It's like when let's say the team that just won, you just go ahead and scream, "Yay! Depression wins!" That's
You can't say it with a happy face. It tests all your poker skills.
And you've got yesterday we had secular nippers. Today we had aim assist abusers.
Oh yeah, no, that by the way is completely fair in Apex Legends. I hate it when I get matched up with controller players. The aim assist is ridiculous, but then again, you can't complain. You have a keyboard and a mouse, so you got to practice, right?
Yeah.
You get only SMG aim assist, that too within 100 meters. It's not that great. The trade-off is you can't reload with how
you happen to be good at the game. You can't come in and try and just be an elitist over here. But no, Universe. We were talking about names. We'll talk about the game. But what apart from that, right? I think there was door stuck wasn't a name, was it? Oh, hard stuck. Sorry,
hard stuck. Yeah, door stuck.
Hard stuck.
Yeah, that was
they were hard stuck Diamond 4. That's what they were.
No, Universe is too young to remember
That's
door stuck.
Oh boy. Okay, let's just move ahead from that and I'm not going to give any credit to Mamba on this. Neither am I even looking at Mamba. I don't even know who's below over there. Nah, I can only see Crips over here. So honestly, I would have to say that in the end, this was a little bit more of a game that turned around in the first game itself. Yesterday we had that that southern kind of circle. Today there was a change of heart. Clearly the map wants to throw us something a little different. We went towards Overlook, which was the one place where Crips told that nobody really lands, but then it forced about 20 people to fight together at the same time. And I honestly love that it ended up over there. There were quite a few nooks and corners that the players explored. Cover for every single player. There was no open field fight. Everybody was forced to come out in the end and take the fight. Find as much cover as possible. But in the end, Depression was the one who came out on top and say that we took the W.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But before we dissect the game even more, there's one thing I definitely want to talk about is crucial SSDs. And in the day and age where everybody's working from home, everybody's traveling, you can actually carry your games everywhere with all these awesome SSDs that you have. And that's something I would love to have, honestly. But I kind of prefer playing on a desktop. But I do remember a time where I went to this event. This was like 10 years ago, right? And the games were not installed. So we end up installing it from our hard disks, which was painful. But yeah, no, absolutely. SSDs are the future. And trust me, once you go the SSD route, you will never want to go back.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I got myself a Crucial just about, I think, 3-4 months ago. I got an SSD. And honestly, it's been such a blessing. My PC loads up quite more faster than it, ever did. And given that I've got, that, sublime storage that it's not just about storage, it's about speed, it's about comfort. Now it's also portable where you can just, walk around with your games. You can walk around with whatever you want, with files that you love, with anything that you want. Crucial's got you covered on everything. They give you speed, they give you power, and they give you storage. What more do you want?
Only if they gave you skill. That's the only thing that we'd ask for. But yeah, I would have loved to see his face when I said that. But apart from this, right, this is still interesting to see because now we have portable SSDs. I still remember when I saw a portable hard disk for the first time, I was like, wait, what? That's a thing now. But having this speed at your fingertips is definitely very helpful, especially if you travel a lot and you can have a LAN party, for example, and you can't carry your desktop. But speaking of LAN parties, it's been a while, Crips. It's been a while.
I know, right? I know there's a few LAN events coming up at the end of this month. I hope to see you there. But the funny part about this whole Crucial portable SSD is that it kind of reminded me of my school days, when you used to have like one lecture in the computer lab in a week and you try to sneak in games into the school computer via a pen drive. Yeah, imagine doing that now with the help of an SSD. You might end up helping the school PCs because most of the time school PCs are quite trash. So imagine hooking up an SSD.
We made the best of what we had. Okay, back then it was not an option. Back then we couldn't ask. You probably had like a Pentium 4, God knows what, right? And you probably had like 256 MB RAM or 500 MB megs of RAM. And it wasn't easy. I still remember my first ever build, right? 500 megs of RAM, 80 gigs of hard disk, and a very, very, very old processor. And I still remember this one time, one of my RAM sticks died, and I was playing on 256 MB of RAM on 30 FPS, and when it would rain in the game, probably like 15.
I remember that episode on Friends I'd seen where Chandler gets his computer for the first time, and he says, "This baby has 512 megabytes of RAM."
Boy, right?
Yeah, bad boy, like so powerful. And if we heard him say that today, if somebody walked into your room and says, "Yo, I got 512 MB of RAM on my computer, man," like, guess how powerful that bad boy is. I'm like, yeah, bhai sahab, mere ko yahan 32 GB nahi ho raha hai, tum 512 MB mein chala rahe ho.
And then the dialogue later on says, like, I think it was Rachel who asks, like, what are you going to use it for? And he's like, games and stuff.
Games and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Play, I don't know, God knows, Pac-Man on it. But look, 16-bit
Doom was the game back then.
Different. Yeah, 16-bit games absolutely hit different. Flash games, unfortunately, Flash is not a thing. But regardless, we're going on a
very different tangent here.
Coming back to Apex. Right, coming back to Apex, we've had one game so far, pretty action-packed. But what are your expectations from the next one coming up?
Given the state of the lobby, I would say that this definitely is more up my alley. I like the way the games are going today because, like I said, I like consistent action, right? And the zone is also being a little kind to us. It's giving us a little world's edge tour. We saw all the southern and eastern zones yesterday. Now we get to see a northwestern zone all the way in Overlook. Maybe we'll get to see some in Fragment soon. I have never seen a fragment circle, not just in tournaments, even in regular games. The fights happen in fragments, but then everyone is forced to go somewhere else. So
Yeah.
let's see if we get something like that or not. I wouldn't even mind a lava siphon zone. Lava siphon is like the worst place to get caught in a third party situation. So I would want to see some
What's
of the
the
other teams
worst
get screwed over
zone
there.
that you've seen? Universe and Chris, both of you, right? What's the worst possible zone you've seen?
So, for me personally, it was a zone that ended near the Bloodhound Trials, northeastern corner of the map. Sorry,
Oh,
northwestern. And I'm
yeah.
like, who the hell goes to Trials?
I mean,
Well-
trials is, it's a very controversial sport, I would say. Some people say that, oh my God, we get such good stuff over here, but
Yeah, you do. But
at
again,
what cost?
at what cost? Exactly. It's like such an isolated place.
Reminds me of this one dialogue, right, which we'll discuss, but the game is about to go live in just a bit, where we will head on and we'll see all the players who are playing. Hopefully, we have a lot more action and a lot more fun. And honestly, I can't emphasize on the fact that I have the best seat in the house with the casters being right in my ears. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, the game coming up your way. So, boys, have fun with this.
I see a few new names already. Look at this team, Team 7, Rogue Riaz, consisting of Slim Shady, CHR, and Trippy Flicks. I haven't seen this team before. So, do we have like a new
I
group or
did.
something?
We
You
did.
did?
Yeah, I did.
My
I
bad
did.
then, my bad
I
then.
think they got wiped out pretty early. I did see them on the kill feed.
Okay.
But here's our champion squad and Team Depression. They are going to be trying to depress a couple of more people today, it seems, as they have got themselves to be the most feared team in at the moment, at least. And this time we're going in the opposite direction of the flight travel. It is going to be from north to south, and you can already see people are moving away towards Climatizer. And I really hope we don't see trials. You know what? Honestly, I would like to see somebody drop down to trials and see if they're going to be doing some bloodhound trials for real. But no.
I think it's a bit too risky in a tournament game. I mean, imagine you hear gunshots over there and then you're fighting prowlers and all of a sudden a third party shows up. So that's
Yeah.
like the worst thing that can happen to you.
That is
So yeah, epicenter more or less uncontested. We have Twitch the Evil Gods team in Climatizer. We have right now Island Guys going towards the tree. There is a team landing next to them, so we might get to see an early game fight over here. I'm kind of excited about that.
Yeah, there were two teams that just dropped down to Fragment as well. I think there's going to be an early fight in Fragment, which finally is going to happen after I think ages. But yeah, for now we're going to have a look at Island Guys, who Clips talked about earlier, that they look like they could do a little better with their gatekeeping. They could do a little better with their positional place, but last time that's what caught them off guard. They kind of got pinched in, but this time they've landed towards tree. They are looking for a little bit of a different game, hoping that they're able to look at the zone in a way that favors them. So let's have a look
It's
at the
that guy.
zone though, because I want to have to see where exactly it goes.
This guy. Oh no, he disconnected.
Oh,
King's disconnected from the
King.
lobby. No problem. So
He should be back.
hopefully. So that's Bad Legends versus Island Guys. That's probably gonna happen sometime in the tree region. Meanwhile, Team Depression already on a roll. They're making Thermal Station their own place, their own home turf, and they have
Ooh.
destroyed Samurai and his teammates.
Yikes! Samurai and squad fall early. That's not good. They're looking for something more over here. They know that there's a couple of more players here, but Team Depression for the moment, they have the upper hand. And while I am a fan of Thermal Station, I would say that this is a place that I honestly haven't seen contention come in that often. It's usually one team that lands in here, because they this is kind of their home
Except
spot.
this time.
Yeah, except this time where we got Depression, the leaders of the scoreboard right now, taking up the majority of this map. And it looks like they're forced away Samurai's teammates, and I think that is going to make a little bit of them, little bit of the people already fearful about, the kill feed they would have seen. Depression's already on a roll. Okay.
Meanwhile, Island guys not interacting with their three enemies at all. They have also started to move towards the western side of the map. We can see that they are approaching a little bit of thermal station already, halfway through. Meanwhile, DT7 has rolled up into tree.
Oh.
Are Bad Legends still here?
Not quite sure. I can't
I
really
don't think so,
see
yeah?
them around.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't
They might
think
have
so.
left. Hopefully, their third Valkyrie, that guy Kings who got disconnected, I hope he's back.
Yeah, hopefully he is back. But for the moment, DT7 have come onto a region where it's already been looted. And here's aim assist abusers who have taken. Well, I think that. Oh, wait, never mind. Talk about them later. Hyper competitive taking up a fight over here. Comp Space gets down. And here's Hyper competitive taking things into their own matter. Comp Space, while he might be down, he's got his two teammates trying to cover up for him. There's a little bit of. A cover as well. They've got an immediate revive that comes through. And now, not quite sure where exactly their opponents are. I can't really see them around.
One of them is still inside the house underneath them. The other guy is on the
he's
other
on
building.
top. Oh boy.
There you go. Gloomy Gamer gets knocked out. Trippy Flicks though. He's fighting another team somewhere else. Well, hyper competitive. They better heal up quickly enough. They're even trying to go in for the thirst because they know that the caustic is missing. And there you go. Caustic out. Who else is on the chopping block next? It is Varun Bharti. And with that, I believe Hyper Competitive have wiped out their opponents.
Yeah, Devanshu gonna be revived, no problem whatsoever. Hyper competitive take care of their opponents, and they have the dome all for themselves.
You see the funny thing, Devanshu almost managed to pull off the armor swap, but then he still died.
Yeah.
When he got revived, he still had all his shields available. That probably means he got screwed over while trying to armor swap.
Yeah, probably. Well, for the moment, Hyper competitive have kept it competitive. They've taken out a squad right next to them, and while I am concerned about one thing when we look at the map overall, is that the entire situation around. Forgive me. Wow, did I just lose again? Yeah, the situation around Fragment, which we still haven't seen. Climatizer and Epicenter for the moment look like they belong to Aim Assist Abuser. I think that they are just going to be moving around between these two. But here's Team Depression. And I think they're taking a fight up against somebody. And here's Red Retro looking for something. North as well joins him. And they've got a squad wiping right in front of them. But it's happening so fast, I'm not able to keep up with the action.
They've already killed two of the members. Red Retro just finished off DT7 Hyper.
DT7.
Yeah, but that's not the only team over here. I do believe there might be a third team as well. There's the Valkyrie trying to fire off as quickly as possible, but Manu will be shot down from the sky. And there you go. There's the proof of a third team being available. Beast of the Hunt activated. They're trying to send it in. They know that the Valkyrie's trying to crawl back to her current teammates, so they'll probably try to decipher their location. But after finishing them off, they don't detect any other hostiles via the Bloodhound scan, but they detect them on the other side of this cliff. The wingman shots connecting so beautifully that Teshwar with the lovely shot, decimating Xenon and all his teammates. It's perfect. Their aim is so nutty today.
It most certainly is. And now they've gone all the way to tree here. Depression are taking over their entire side of the map all by themselves, and it's honestly a little scary because they've taken over the southern zone almost all by themselves. The thermal station was conquered. Now they've gone to tree. It looks like they might move into Lava Siphon, if anything, or if they want to maybe go towards launch side. I'm not quite sure if we saw anybody on launch side, but these guys are slowly but surely conquering the southern side of the map. And they are right next to the zone as well, so they are not bothered about them not making it to the zone.
Meanwhile, Mr. One Clip here, casually having squad wiped an entire team. He got 3 kills right now. And I'm just wondering, how on earth is he not the kill leader already?
Maybe
that probably means
sharing the spot with somebody else.
Probably. Has to be somebody from either Hyper Competitive or Retro's team.
Depression.
Yeah, Depression, yeah.
Well, for the moment, we've got... Is this going to be a fight on staging? It could be, or Harvester. They are in the zone over here, hyper competitive. They are, well, right next to it, so it's not going to be a problem for them to get in. But I think the minute they walk in, they might encounter Depression here, Chris, because they're not that far away. Because even they're going to be probably, rotating around the same region itself.
Yeah. the hyper competitive depression, both of them were towards the southern part of the map. We saw them towards thermal station and tree respectively. This bridge could get contested very heavily. There is a team very close to them, approximately 170 meters away, and that is none other than the team on the
Melina and
bridge.
team.
Yeah,
the
Melina
team.
and his friends.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know their team name. I don't think we spotted them in the previous map. So we're
We
yet
did,
to
we did, we did.
discover. No, I don't think we spotted their team name in the previous map.
Yeah.
But we do have them just about 100 meters away. I think they're holding for gatekeep. Are they trying to gatekeep over here?
No, I think they just don't know that there is a team on the bridge already. That other team is probably trying to go in towards Harvester or the next zone already. Meanwhile, hyper competitive is just chilling. The moment they discover each other, it's going to be a completely different ball game.
Yep, they're having an overlook towards Harvester, seeing if anybody wants to peek out, being a little cheeky on top of the roof of Harvester. As hyper competitive, looking to gain as much ground as possible. But this is a very, very tricky region. You know, this just is a whole, you know, map of itself. Every time you go to Harvester, you never know who's on one end and who's on the other. And as I speak about it, you can see with the Slick Saiyan as well as Depression, both are making their way here. And on the other side, we've got hyper competitive coming in as well. Harvester is gonna be a huge fighting point in just about a couple of minutes.
I'm more concerned about Crypto's team over there. Because he's going to be in plain view of Team Hyper Competitive on that bridge that they are trying to take.
Yeah, they just
If they-
crossed there.
Yeah, they're still on that bridge, just about to cross. If any of them decide to go into Harvester, then they have a fight against Slick Cyan and his team. But I don't think Depression wants to go inside of Harvester just yet. I do believe that they might have predicted the next zone already, and that's probably why they're moving on the other side. Space and his friends, they're going back towards thermal station and trying to take the height compound over there.
But they've got Bunny Mao and people right around them. They're on the northern side of the thermal station. And that might be a problem here for them. And look at Depression. They're moving in there as well, Cribs. This is going to be a problem. While North is just keeping a lookout on Harvester to try and keep, you know, it under control, to see that nobody's pushing up. That southern side is very, very clipped right now for multiple fights. It looks like Comspace and his teammates from Hyper Competitive are going to be getting into Kaz Miller, Bunny Mao's team, and that's going to be a huge fight and just about the edge of Thermal Station.
Yeah.
And it's I think that's what we need to focus on right now. But look at the other side as well. Melina and Co might be facing off another team as well. They're right next to him and they're losing their life. Yep, there it is.
The bigger problem over here is Team Depression. Not only are they on the edge of Harvester, but they have a prime position from where they can rotate and cross the train tracks, get in towards thermal station effectively. This is prime real estate to hold. Doesn't matter who you fight or who you not fight. This is going to be in the center of the next zone. And it's going to be a position from where Depression can control the rotations of the other teams. There's only one valley that connects Thermal Station and Harvester. And if Depression control that valley, they're going to be able to stop every team from rotating. They're going to be the toll booth. Yeah. And of course, they don't take tax. They just take the blood of their enemies.
Yep, they're holding on now. They're letting North do as much damage as he can. He's keeping them a little humble, not letting them, you know, move out of their positions. But, you know, Harvester is going to be a huge pool of blood in just about a couple of seconds. There's one end where we can see Evil God and Co. And on the other end, we've got another team that's just about waiting for them. That is Slick Saiyan and Co. So Depression, just keeping an eye out on every single place. They've got 3 different angles to worry about. The valley behind them is constantly being monitored by Yateshwar. And they've got North taking care of Harvester. While Red Retro, the Valkyrie, is looking on towards the western side. A drop, of course, it falls right in front of their feet. And they've got a... okay, here we go. This gets interesting.
Oh my goodness. North and Kraber. This guy has some sick tournament winning clips with that Kraber, and I'm just nervous for every other team. And you can see why he's splitting up already. His teammates still in between the valley that hosts the train station. Meanwhile, North, he's chilling all the way towards that respawn beacon. We have a team inside staging who's probably the safest right now. Every other team, they're gonna have to sweat their way into the zone. Pop of Gulls approaching Bunny Mao and Island Guy's team. This could be interesting. If this fight breaks out right here and right now, then Team Depression will be the first ones to third party.
Well, Slick saying he's moving straight into it. This is little bit too costly. He finds it. Cast Miller goes in for it. They've got the ultimate popping out over there. They have a seer, which is kind of, well, not the usual that I see. A lot of differences in today's and yesterday's games. And Slick saying might just be giving up his life over here. He survives somehow, gets away from there. Has got the battery as well to revive himself with a little bit of shield. But now there's teams flying in from every direction.
He had to use his ultimate to survive over there, and the Ash ultimate takes quite a long time to reload. He's got Comp Space and Co on the bottom trailer cart of the ropes, but luckily for them, the Shepherd's Pass behind them is clear. So, if nothing else, if Powerpuff Girls just hold this position, I think they'll be fine. This is a decent enough position to hold.
Wait,
but this guy's just standing right there.
What? Why is he? And he's not even moving. Oh my god, don't tell me even he's disconnected.
That's like the worst thing to happen to you. Confirmed and thirsted already.
Yeah,
he has indeed disconnected. This internet issue is just causing so many problems for so many teams. That's a free kill for Island, guys. Good for them.
Yep, it is. And they are going to be taking it. Oh, they got damage onto another. They see that he's going to be in trouble. Cast Miller constantly delivering the damage with that charge rifle. He's making them work this one out. What are they doing though? Why are they peeking him out when they know he's got a sniper rifle in such a good position?
That's okay. I mean, it's just a charge rifle. It's not like it's a Kraber or anything, right? You've got Krabers in the lobby as well. So I think that's the bigger problem over here. As the circle starts to shrink, the position that is currently being held by Cyan's team, it starts to become more and more redundant the longer they hold. As the circle shrinks, the other teams are going to have to take the Shepherd's Pass and get into this area. Now, that could be a tricky situation to get out of if they are trapped. Meanwhile, Kazmiller just casually farming damage, absolutely chilling. And he's not the only one with the charge rifle. There's two members of his team who have the charge rifle. So yeah, that's like toxicity at its finest.
It's just about time that he gets a free red armor. Like, you know?
Yeah.
He's just got 330. It was about 750 that he had to give. And within just a couple of seconds, it's become 330. And, you know, it's only time that he gets that red armor in, you know, just about time. So Island guys in a really good position right now, torturing a team who are being fired upon by another team coming in. I think that should be Depression coming in from the other side.
No, that's Comp's team at the bottom towards the trailer, the gondola. I don't know what you call it. And now they're taking the zip line and heading out themselves. It seems like Compspace's team has fallen deeper into the zone. That's probably why they have the space to go ahead. But they're right there. It's just a ruse. It's a fake. Compspace's team has just hidden themselves, but they're still holding onto that compound, and now they're getting attacked.
Oh, there's a lot of utility being thrown at them. That Seer passive, that Seer ultimate, everything keeps on giving a little bit of, you know, annoyance to them that they don't want to deal with. And finally, Island guys look like they want to move out of this space. They've got a little bit of recon mission going on with their sniper rifles, making sure that nobody's coming around. But there's a lot of teams on the other side of that mountain who haven't made their valley through yet. But Island guys need to go there, Crips. This is a thermal station that has been heavily populated. But they're moving in, and this is going to be a huge fight to get into that zone because look at the one-way passage that they have. Everybody has to go through there. And if they want to rotate from the other side, they're going to fight the teams that are already inside the zone. And that's exactly what might just happen right now with One Clip and Co. because they're gatekeeping two teams here. Look at this triangular, you know, fight that's going to happen here. Bunny Mao and Co. on one side, Evil God. But never mind, Bunny Mao and Co. just launch away into thin air. Now it's a 1v1 against two teams here with gatekeeping, and Evil God as well as Strider and VRYT need to find a way to push their way through this. Otherwise, they're going to be in big trouble.
Well, there you go. The reason you see North and everyone else towards staging right now is because this Shepherd's Pass does not hold any value for them anymore. There is quite a lot of teams. Too many players will be gate kept, but they don't have the firepower to stop all of them. Red Retro, no, he got knocked out by the Gibraltar ultimate, the defensive bombardment, and that is going to be a problem for his teammates. How will they continue moving inside? Aim assist abuser, these guys also have the edge. Relatively one of the safer teams because there's nobody on their backside, but they could get completely destroyed if they don't move into the next zone, which is going to be quite in the open. And if they have the rating for themselves, it's perfect. The timing, it's absolutely impeccable. They wait, The tricky discipline is immense, and the moment they open fire, they almost knock out 2 players at the same time. They even got the angles. It's Evil God who's trying to move more and more towards the left-hand side so that he has an angle. Meanwhile, Pop-Up Girls, there's Bunny Mob underneath them. There's another team towards the railway tracks above them. They're kind of trapped on this crane over here. But I wouldn't exactly call it trap. This might just be a great place to hold if they're able to keep their heals sustained. In fact, if they're on top of
the
this crane,
grenade!
they can, the grenades are not very easy to land, especially when you're trying to target a team that's on top of this crane. I just hope that they have enough batteries to sustain themselves.
Oh my god, the grenade, the arc star, everything just completely throws him off, and Weirdo Rolo has lost his life. He's trying to stay alive, but this is a very, very tight angle to sit on while they do have their height advantage. Here comes the zone, and Weird Rolo might not survive this if he's going to be in there. Forgive me. Oh wait, actually make it in. Never mind, they actually make it in.
Yeah.
I thought the zone was going to run away.
No, it's pretty small, but there is a little shiver of health that they can use. Meanwhile, there's 2 Gibraltar bubbles in front of them. Will they send it on to any one of them? Oculus 3, instead of going ahead and fighting the other Gibraltar team, they decide to fight the teams behind them. It's, I think, a safer move. While they have a higher chance of securing the kills over here, I think they have discovered that they cannot win the game. They do not have the position to do so. So at this point, they might as well just start going for the kill points. Hyper competitive, on the other hand, they have the centralized position on top of this railway cart. It might be great, but how will they fight off so many teams at once?
Well, it looks like Hyper Competitive want to take charge over here. They are getting heavily pressured. While the zone is still in their favor, they, constantly taking fights that I don't think they need to be right now. Information is enough. They just have to wait till the zone pushes that opponents up, but that GB Dome comes in just about in time to save them a little bit of place. But look at who's still alive. Yateshwar is getting kills, and he's getting everybody. Depression are still causing the damage that they did in the first game. It's down to the last 6 squads, and now they go in hyper competitive. I've got the high ground. This is their game to win. If they win this high ground and stay here for as long as possible, they might as well take the victory in this one as well.
There's 3 layers to this fight. There's one on top that's been occupied by Hyper Competitive, another layer of staircases that's been occupied by the Wraith that the Jude saw, and then at the absolute bottom, there's Beam Bugatti, that's going to be the Loba team that's trying to just hold out. And they still have the black market activated. They're just trying to hold in and gather as many bits as possible. The defensive bombardment committed once again, but I don't think it's gonna affect everyone that much. The only team that might be affected by it is the team on the top, and that is gonna be none other than Team Depression.
Yeah, well, for now, Hyper Competitive are trying to keep themselves alive for as long as possible. They've got various angles to work with as well. They know there's players in there who will have to be forced out in just about a couple of more seconds. There's 4 seconds for the circle to shrink further down, and Hyper Competitive looking like they want to take this one home. One team round there that they're constantly putting down pressure on, and they're trying to get away from under this bridge here. They're trying to take cover. All 3 of them have got shields and health, in much of, addition, but they're not able to fight back here, Crips. No, they're not. Nobody's able to give Hyper Competitive a little bit of pressure by themselves.
I'm more worried about Oculus 3 over here. At the bottom, there's a team waiting for them inside that little transition room that connects them to the crane. So that's a team on their own level, plus they have to deal with the teams on the high ground. And now that they have lost their Gibraltar, there's absolutely no hope for them surviving. Deadbeats, a last solo player, somehow trying to keep his hope alive. He was trying to shoot down the other Gibraltar with a longbow, but it's just not enough. And Hyper Competitive put him out of their misery. That's down to the last 2 teams, and Hyper Competitive have this in the bag. They see Bugatti down there, all of them in the same spot. The first knock comes through. More to follow as they drop down. This is the full send in. They don't want to let anyone get away from this one. It's just Weird Rolo trying to stay alive. Once again, trying to just be a fly, and hopefully the mosquito swatter is not effective enough. But nothing can stop them. Hyper Competitive win the first game. The Gibby ult on top screwed over Team Depression, and that was the only team that could have stopped Hyper Competitive in the first place.
Yeah, that could have been the case. They got lost. I think that Depression got lost in transition. They, after Yatathor was able to get as many kills as he could. I think he pulled out about 3-4 kills in that end. He just, had to succumb to the injuries that came about him. He lost a player very early on as well, and eventually it looks like that Kraber didn't really work out for them. Well, pressure comes in. Depression lose themselves, and hyper competitive survive with a good understanding of positioning, kept the high ground completely to themselves. Like the way they spread out was really impressive because they had the bridge for themselves, but there was also high ground on the other side of the bridge as well, where there was a mountain where they took control. Black went there, had the defensive bombardment come in, put the pressure on the teams, and they just crippled them into this small little corner in the bottom. And great victory, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. Great victory. No doubt about that. But we will dissect the game even more. But right now, it's time to go for a really, really short break. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget, you're watching the NVIDIA GeForce Esports Festival. My name is Mamba Senior. I'm going to go grab a coffee. So should you guys. And we'll be right back.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner. I'm just getting started.
And so are we. Welcome to Control, an entirely new way to enjoy the Apex games. The rules are simple. 2 teams of 9 compete. Legends gain points for their team by controlling set locations. The team with the most points at the end of the match wins.
You lost. Take it.
The brainchild of beloved philanthropist and interstellar genius Eduardo Silva, this brand new mode gives the people what they want. A blood sport the whole family can enjoy.
Bloody dirtbags.
Cheer for your favorite legends as they battle for control of spectacular locations across the Outlands.
What can I say? I love what I do.
The longer they hold on, the more points they earn.
You better run from Gibraltar.
Righto.
Why should death be the end of the road? In Control, it's nothing more than a speed bump.
Watch out! Here I come, brother.
Get back in there, slugger.
Congratulations.
Whether you're discovering miracle cures
Let's have fun, friend.
or battling enemy legends, teamwork is imperative. With bigger teams than ever before,
Follow the tunnel.
the legends will have to find new ways to get the best out of their squad.
Incoming.
And if a legend's performance makes the fans happy, we'll make that legend happy with our all-new Ratings Leader title. Great job, Seer.
Exquisite.
Tune in this season to find out who will take control.
Victory is assured.
And now, let's extend a hearty welcome to your new legend.
I'm no legend. I'm a bloody warlord.
After a speedy and fair trial, war criminal Mad Maggie has been humanely sentenced to die in the Apex games. But Maggie is no easy prey. What she lacks in empathy and basic human decency, she makes up for in stubbornness and raw ferocity.
Who wants to die first?
And while her impotent rage is merely delaying the inevitable, it's sure to keep us all entertained.
I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll execute the whole bloody lot of you. Salvo!
A dastardly sneak attack orchestrated by Mad Maggie has wreaked havoc on Olympus, teleporting objects and buildings across the city. Maggie's sabotage has upended the natural order. The legends will need to adapt quickly to their new surroundings to have any hope of surviving. Of course, there's more to life than just survival.
I know what I like, and I know how to get it.
That's why our legends are able to express themselves to their heart's content.
This outfit could use some high-caliber accessories.
Thanks to bold new leadership, the Apex games are going to be more exciting than ever. We guarantee madness will take control.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Charged and ready.
Who's ready to pull some G's?
It's showtime.
Fly. Fight. Win.
Marvelous.
What can I say?
I'm here to break the game.
Here comes a little old school.
hunt begins. This mask has seen life through death. With each victory, I rise to a new army. And with that, blessed is your departure. For Arthur.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NVIDIA GeForce Esports Festival Apex Showdown, sponsored by Crucial and Colorful. My name is Ranjit Mamba, Senior Patel. Alongside me is Crips and Universe FPS, who's been crunching some numbers with me. And talking about crunching numbers, where do you think these teams stand over here, Universe?
I think that we would see, the one team that we did, Depression, come out on top. I think that they have got, I think them and Hyper Competitive will have a really tough call between the top two. I think that might just be a couple of points, 3, 4, 5 points maybe at max, separating them, because both the teams, while they did not win the one game, in that game they did end up placing in the top 5 or top 6. So I think that it should help their case in competing at the top level. But clearly Hyper Competitive are staying true to their name, and while Depression did have a really good game one, here in game 2 they lost out a player pretty early and they had to survive it too and just play around with a little bit of safety net. But they eventually managed to get a couple of kills. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be on the scoreboard.
Oh, well, we will look at the scoreboard, but we do have a couple of things coming up for the viewers, especially this giveaway that we've been talking about, right? Including a GPU holder, mousepad, and one more thing. But GPU holder, honestly, the way the cards are getting bigger, right? It's something that everybody is going to require eventually. I still remember the first time I saw a GPU holder, it was like 8 years ago or something. I was like, well, you're probably never going to need this, but boy, was I wrong. All these triple fan GPUs work really well, sure, but are kind of heavy as well. But we do have a question for all of you folks who are watching out there, and the question is, well, the waist bag, the GPU holder, and well, the mousepad. Mousepad. I mean, look. Here's the thing. Right? I do like collecting mousepad scripts. It's very peculiar. It's stupid, but I think at this point I have enough mousepads to run a LAN event.
I have like some 6, 7 mouse pads. Of course, two of them have been frayed and torn apart from the years and years of use. But yeah, I think I get myself a new mouse pad every year or so. And I wash my mouse pads every month. So do that
Every month?
healthy. Yeah, once a month.
Okay, listen to each their own, but it's very frequent, is what I'm gonna say. Is what I'm gonna say. But
Yeah.
so what about you? What's your mousepad washing regimen?
Honestly, I would say it's a little bit more frequent than I would say twice a month.
Now
Yeah.
that's a bit too
Hey,
much.
hey.
That's a bit too much.
I don't say I don't wash it per se, right? It's more of like I like keeping my table clean. That's basically it. I like keeping
Or
everything
like
around
a
my PC
functioning
clean.
human being. Yes, everybody likes tables being clean, but we're talking about mousepads. But
I know
Yeah,
some people
mousepad.
who
So
don't.
mousepad is on my table. So I like it when I see a clean mousepad. It kind of gives me the fact that okay, nice day to come into work today. Got a nice clean mousepad.
Yeah, imagine you have like 400 FPS with your brilliant kryptonite NVIDIA Esports PC, and then you swing your mouse across, and it feels buttery smooth, but then you encounter a little bump, and then you're like, wait. I paid a lot of money for this PC. It's supposed to be amazing. Why is this
listen, when
bump
you say
happening? And then
that,
you realize it's a little speck of dirt in your mouse pad. You know
when
all
you
that.
say that, right? It's the equivalent for me of hearing nails screeching on a blackboard. That is what it feels like
Oh
to me
That's
my
every
what it
god!
time I
feels
encounter
like.
those.
Now you've gone and done it. Yeah, I
That's what
have a
you.
phobia of that. So
Well, I
That's what
wasn't
it feels
aware.
like when you're
Oh,
dragging across your mouse through across a not so clean mouse pad. That's what it feels like. It
but
feels like
let's
nails
hop
screeching.
back onto Apex. Let's talk about the games at hand. Where we've been through two games, and the action's been quite promising. As a matter of fact, the matches have been a little more intense than yesterday, Crips.
Oh, definitely, definitely. All the end circle matches today have been so much more intense. Yesterday, we used to see that by the end of the fifth circle, there's like 5, 6 squads left. In the sixth circle, there's only 2 or 3 squads left. So that's already the final battle. And at that point, everyone tries to not fight. They try to third party in the sixth circle. But today, we see like 6 teams alive in the last circle. And I'm like, whoa, that's way too many people. Especially when you're on that little rail section in front of staging, there's so much verticality involved, and any team that does not have a Valkyrie is basically screwed. But then towards the end, let's be honest, any team who did have a Valkyrie was also screwed because the team at the top did all of it. I like one thing though. We saw some impromptu decision making towards the end segment of this game, especially from Team Depression. They realized that their position on the high ground had become irrelevant the moment that Gibraltar defensive bombardment was called in. And they didn't even have a dome at that time to protect themselves. So Yatu was like, screw it, I can't win the game. Might as well just try to get some kills. And he yeeted himself down those stairs trying to get a triple kill, a quad kill if possible. And he got plenty of kills. His teammates also tried the same thing. So I like that decision by Depression. They realized that the game is out of their hands. Might as well just take the kill points and stay ahead of Space and his teammates.
Oh, absolutely. That makes all the most sense. But universe, right? We were talking about the scoreboard and what the teams which stand where. Which do you assume? What's your prediction? Which are the top three teams right now?
I'm gonna have to say it's gonna be hyper competitive. It's gonna be Depression, and I could make a strong case
Aim assist
for
abusers.
aim assist abusers. I think that they consistently finished in the top five across both games, so I think that should put them in a good position amongst the top, if not the top three, among the top five at least they should be there. But I think that the top two is kind of a given. We should have hyper competitive and Depression take over those spots. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see because we did have quite a few teams who went almost unnoticed at times, because these teams just took over the entire situation across the entire map, while especially Depression were honestly clearing out areas. Like they were moving into zones, kill here, kill there, move on further. And yep, there it is. Depression on top with 43 points. That's a good gap for them to exploit. Hyper competitive following it up with 27. And interestingly, aim assist abusers are actually on number 8. Power pop girls are the ones who've got a lot more.
Wait. This is literally the first time I noticed that we have Power Pop and Power Puff Girls. So clearly, there's some sort of referencing going around over here. But yeah, no, Depression being on top with hyper competitive on 27 points. Yes, indeed. Aim assist abusers on 8th position is a bit of a surprise because they did play well, but then again, you need to go out there and actually score points. But nonetheless, the top three teams: Depression, Hyper Competitive, Powerpuff Girls. Everybody, so Power Pop Girls. Sorry about that. And the rest of the teams are obviously on your scoreboard. But we will be going live. So yeah, go on.
I do want to talk about team on number 4, Dream Esports. I don't think, Crips, have we had a chance to have a look at the players of Dream Esports India?
Yeah, I didn't even know that team existed, and now they're like towards the top. We didn't even.
Yeah,
You probably know the player names, we just never bothered to look at the team name.
maybe.
No, you don't understand. It's an intangible dream, and hence the name.
Ah.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
those are the bad
if
jokes,
you're
man. Those are
talking about
terrible jokes.
intangible things here, why isn't there a Mojo Jojo in the lobby?
Yeah, no,
It's
Crips,
a
I'm not
Pop
going
of
to
Girls
give.
joke.
I
It's a
know I'm
Pop
not
of
going
Girls
to
joke.
give you any points for that one, Chief.
Ah,
Listen, usually I
damn
like
it,
your
Mama.
jokes, but not that one. Not that one. Listen, we can joke around all we want, but the lobby is going to go live in a minute. Quick time for predictions. Universe, I want to start off with you. Top 2 teams if you had to pick.
You know what? I think this time I'm going to go for Dream Esports. I think that if they are consistently performing, I would say that maybe they could have a chance to come in top 2. And I want to again put the arrow towards Depression. I think that even though they lost a player early on, they can rack up the points, and I don't think they're going to be getting off that number 1 position anytime soon.
All right, Crepes, quick prediction.
Yeah, Depression and Hyper Competitive. Like, those guys have been playing against each other and with each other for a very long time, and they know each other's playstyles. And as long as they avoid each other in an early game fight, every other team around them is going to be destroyed. Yeah, if those two teams end up fighting each other early on, then it's going to be a boon for everyone else in the lobby.
Well, good enough for me. Let's hop onto the lobby and see what transpires in the game, because it's going to be an interesting matchup to say the least. Because two teams which have been playing really well, we've seen these two outliers, especially Depression, just dominating both the games and being out there on top, being really consistent as well. It's great to see that, because a lot of times you don't need victories, you need consistency. And Depression just going out there and getting the best of both the worlds. So we'll hop into the lobby, see what happens. But before we go there, just one last thing to all the viewers who are there at your homes, in your own homes, and watching us, in this tournament, watching us cast, having some fun. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying the show. But with that being said, Crepes, Universe, go shake leg.
Shaky legs is a bad thing in Apex, Mamba, but okay. You gotta have speedy legs. You gotta be fast. You gotta be
I know you're trying to be funny after that Mojo Jojo reference. Shush.
Okay, you know what, guys?
Straight up
Okay.
shushed me. Oh my god, this guy.
It's okay, guys. There's gonna be no shushing on the battlefield, though. A similar part of the flight as we saw in the earlier game. Now we're in game 3, halfway across. We're at least reaching there of today's matches. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new set of teams coming in for this game. And we've got a couple of old ones as well. Let's find out who's going to come out on top over here. A whole new set of people that we're seeing on screen right now. You can see it. While we can see a couple of squads that we saw earlier, the new squads do include... I can see... Is that Meow who we know Meow? Or is that...
Huh?
No.
Wait, where?
Countdown,
I don't think so.
Countdown.
No, I don't think so.
Probably
I don't
not.
think so.
Yeah, well, you've got another team going in towards right where we saw Weirdo and stuff people go. There's right around side the staging area. And Dream Esports.
These guys. It's Chigga's team. They're calling themselves Dream Esports. Okay, fine.
Chiganatius and Co are the ones. Genius. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense why they also were there in the top 5 consistently. So, yeah, well, makes sense. Dream Esports. And looks like there might be is there a fragment fight, Crips?
Nah. We've never seen a fragment fight, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that at all. Although I have to tell you something. Dream Esports are safe for now, but Team Depression has had a lineup change. Anirudh is playing in their team instead of the previous third player. Either way, we'll talk about the lineup changes for this game in particular later. Powerpuff Girls had a great position in staging towards the middle section of that game in the previous one. Of course, in the last section of the game, they got completely destroyed. But right now, they have a chance to start fresh in the same location once again. They know they had at least one of their enemies trapped inside that room, but that enemy has long escaped, and now the chase begins. Does it though? Are they going to chase, or are they just going to chill, play their own game, and, get all the resources they need?
Well, here's a Play Like Pros who are on top of Harvester and trying to get as much loot. It looks like they have spotted somebody on the other side of Harvester. In between them and Climatizer, there could be team looting up over there. And while this is their debut in this matchup in today's games, like pros, boys, PK, quite a number of new teams over here.
Voice PK inside of Launchpad. Now, in the previous few games, Tree has been a very heavily contested location, even Thermal Station for that matter. But we never saw any Launchpad battles in the previous game.
Yeah, we didn't. It looks like there might be, a fight on staging pretty soon. There are players right next to Boys PK, I think, on the eastern side of staging. And that could be an early fight that we spot in just for a couple of minutes, unless that team has gotten away from there. Not quite sure who it was, but staging was heavily contested. Okay, I think I see. Nah, never mind. It's about 1,000 meters away.
Yeah, the minimap can sometimes play tricks on your mind, and even the UI for that matter. So, Voice PK, safe and sound. The staging fight has also mostly ended. No fights in Fragment either. For now, all the teams are chilling and just deciding where to go next. We have flatlines being crafted? Okay then. I'm totally not against that. I've seen people even craft the longbow for that matter, and I'm like, that's kind of like a waste of materials. But here you go, map on front of your screen. And
hold on,
as you can
see something.
What is it?
Pyrosivs towards launch side. They're slowly crawling into launch side, and there's another team available there who could be in about just the first fight of this game, I think. There's nowhere else that we can see a fight happening, but I think Pyrosivs towards the southern side where launch side is. Oh yeah, I think the fights have engaged over there. If we could just move in where exactly Pyrosivs and Ko are, because they're taking heavy fire early on right now. Maybe you could see some action come in.
It's just a funny thing that Pyrosivs, while they were inside of Lava Siphon, they placed a Loba Mart on top of the gondola so that they can get the loot from all three buildings. Meanwhile, here you have Team Depression having replaced Yatu with just Anirudh. Wait, Yatu wasn't in their team, was he? He was. Never mind. So, Anirudh is subbing in for Yatu this game.
Yep, that's exactly what's happened. Here's another team, Rogue Riaz, who are in towards the northern side of the map. They have gotten control of Skyhook, and they've got competition, it seems, on the other building, and that is Crypto and team. That is very close by, actually. They're in just a vicinity building over here, Crips, and that should be a problem for Rogue Riaz. This is their first game. I think they spotted out somebody. They know that they're here, and they're moving in for this. They want the fights. Okay, here we go. This could be the first fight that we see. No hostiles detected for now. It looks like Crypto and Co have moved back. Yeah, they most certainly have gone a little bit farther away.
And if they keep on chasing like this, then the teams in Countdown might also be tempted to jump in and third party this one. Here we go. Meanwhile, inside of Skyhook, fights have already begun. Chirang, he spotted out one Bangalore on the other team, but so far no knocks in this fight just yet. But there are knocks happening, and that's Dream Esports kick the hell out of LFT Genius's team towards the other side of the map, and I believe that Dream Esports is in a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Rogue Riaz continue to hunt for their opponents. The scan not available just yet, but as soon as it is, they will try to figure out the locations of at least the remaining enemies. Slim Shady, Theos, they see them coming. He's cornered. He's trying to climb above, but yeah, he's just going to be knocked out right then and there.
Oh, he missed it by just about a second, and now they're below their opponents. And Theos, he's having a constant lookout, and as well as his teammate right next to him, but there is a third member of that team.
Exactly. That's the only question that I think Rogue Riaz has right now. So if one of them tries to go up the staircase and the other one tries to go up the zipline, the third member can potentially climb up the roof via the balcony. So they have a three-way approach going upstairs. But of course, traveling upstairs is going to be difficult.
Oh, there it is.
The enemies, and here we go. Chase begins once again.
The R301 not helping, and here he goes with the ultimate. Oh boy, this should be good. Slim Shady spots out one, gets away from there again, and with the use of his abilities has carved out a good route, I think, for his team to enter into this building without even having to touch any wall or even, a bullet from anybody else taking it in. Riaz are constantly on. Oh, now they've spotted all three of them. They're right on top of him, and this should be a problem. There's one, there's two. They're trying to take the fights in. They're moving in over here. Now they've got all the weapons that they need. The Mastiff doing all the damage, but they lose one. And now they've got one player completely out in the open. DB Flix takes out Nomad. And while his teammates have gone down for cover, Rogue Riaz have lost a player a little too unfortunately. Shouldn't have been the case.
Thirsted already too.
Yeah, he just ran in all by himself. But then while they went back, Trippy Flix just couldn't come back. I don't know for what reason. It was a decision to fight. Was it a decision to come back?
And here we go. They're trying to exact the revenge. The hammer pointed RD45 doing so much damage but doesn't get the kill. Nexus Uppy gets the first knock. Can he follow up once more? It's just down to Slim Shady left for his team. He can go for a Fate Break revive, but another person comes in from the staircase underneath. And at this point, Slim Shady has to be really careful. He's got one player on the floor above, one player on the floor below, and another one trying to come in through the smoke screen. Slim Shady, though, ran out of bullets in his R301. Has to now switch to the Mastiff, which only has a blue bolt. The firing rate, not that impressive. From this angle that he's holding outside the window, he's practically invincible unless someone steps out of that window. But then again, in a position like this, he can never revive Chirang, and most likely the thirst will come through from the other team.
No, not yet. Oh, he's gonna have this cover up and he's gonna get the revive come through. Nobody.
How is this allowed? How is this allowed? How did they allow Chirang to get back up on his feet?
He's looking at him from right there. He's literally right there. You can't see.
Seen through the window.
Oh man,
this is the kind of feeling that you get when you walk into a shopping mall and you want to really get something, but it's just too expensive, and you're like, nah, let's just look at it and get out. Slim Shady's getting out because Skyhook is now getting heavily contested. The second circle is here, and a lot more teams have entered the city than there were before. There was a point where Rogue Riaz was the only team in the city, and now there's 4 teams over here. If we can get like a bird's eye view of Skyhook, that would be amazing. That would tell us exactly where everyone's positioned.
look at the ultimates pouring down, and thanks to Slim Shady's revive, Chirang has been revived and he's looking good now. He's got weapons that he now could probably use in a team fight rather than giving it away as a 1v1. Last time that was the mistake that Rogue Riaz did. Trippy Flakes went in, got that 1v3. Chirang also went in, got that 1v3 where he got downed, and luckily they let him survive. Oh boy, but it's always that caustic damage that comes through that you absolutely hate.
Especially on those zipline buildings. Caustic, Watson, all those kind of players are just like
caustic.
I get that feeling why you do that. So here, let's take a look at it. Okay, first of all, we have Calyx Goat and this team inside one of the zipline buildings. The other ESM shape building. Wait, is that Revenant Esports?
I think that is, yeah. Look at RNT. Yeah, I think that that is Revenant Esports. Yeah, they are the ones who have made their standing in towards today's matches, and they're going in for 1 HP over there, who's stuck in that corner, and he's probably going to be down. Yep, he's gone. He's completely taken off the server. And look at Dream Esports. They're right around the corner as well. They're on top of that train station right there, having a constant look, but there are 4 players there. Oh.
So that's probably 1 HP's teammate.
Oh.
KZY over there.
Is he on top? Is that KZY or Director?
No, KZY, 1 HP's teammate. He's towards the bottom of that train station building. And I forget about Revenant, bro. Look at their name. It's Alt Karo. I'm not gonna say the last word.
Oh, forgive me. I thought it was Revenant. Alt Karo.
There has to be some or the other rule again.
I think he's telling all 5 of you. He means Pancho, like like all 5 of you. Yeah, Pancho.
There's only 3 people in a game of Apex, but I think what these guys have done is they use the Loba Mart, the Loba black market, to steal the Kraber off of the care package.
Oh, yes.
If that's what they did, that's a brilliant move. If they had to physically go ahead and collect it, but then I respect them too. A 5th team now entering Skyhook from behind. Oh, well, now things are starting to get sweaty.
Yep, here go the Rockets from the Valkyrie. Not going to really touch anybody over there, but looks like Altkar or Pancho have quite a good positioning here on top of this building. They've got eyes everywhere, and I don't know what exactly Director's doing on top of that building there. He's just constantly just sitting there.
Yeah,
out
just
in the open.
Keeping an eye out.
Yeah, but
That's
he's
good,
out in
right?
the open. And yeah, he's vulnerable positions, especially a sniper rifle. If that Kraber finds his head, he might as well be just pronounced dead.
Yeah, but even after the Kraber, there's no way that Altkaro can send in. They don't have any Octane, so no jump pads available. The Val Cult is a bit too slow for my liking, especially when you just have to move to the next building. Oh, speaking of Val Cults, there's a team directly above them. Will they get a mid-air knock? It could be brilliant. I'm just very surprised that nobody has broken up this lower black market, because this is turning into an infinite source of ammo for this team.
I mean, oh, they're running into straight fire over there. There's another team, and now they're split up. Lone, Ninto, there's no way they're going to be coming in together. One of them's gone for cover, the other one's gone straight for a fight, and there's no way they're going to be surviving that. Sentinel's gone down, North gets another, Lone's gone down as well, the KZ, and Dream Esports are keeping their killing streak alive and healthy. Genius gets one as well, and that's one team completely knocked out and gone.
Oh man, that is so unfortunate. Genius, KZY, they both are able to kill a player each, but I'm surprised that KZY was able to get a kill. Maybe he wasn't from the other team after all. Oh.
Look at these people just standing on top of, a roof, and they've literally got everything that they need.
Yeah,
without even having to move an inch.
Yeah, there's like 3 bullets in the Kraber. Once they are done using those 3 bullets, they'll probably just switch over to the charge rifle, continue doing the same thing. Oh, my bad. KZY wasn't, in fact, 1HP's teammates. He was still in Dream Esports.
It was Director.
So, it was Director who was above. Yep. My bad then, exactly my bad.
Right. Well, oh, here goes... Oh, wait. Are they moving out of the position?
Well, if they are, they better know where to land. It seems like they're going for the main center building that is synonymous with the Skyhook. A Crypto also using the EMP, trying to just target the team that has recently landed on top of this building. If not target, at least just try to get a little bit more damage so that he can evolve his armor to red. KZY is 150 points away from red armor. And of course, the Crypto also, as long as he keeps on EMPing and stealing all that damage, that's going to be great.
Yeah.
Dream Esports now still holding on to the train station building, which I am completely in favor of. It's on the edge of the zone. They have no potential of getting backstabbed. So I think this might just be one of the best positions in the game.
Yeah, but look at Rogue Rias. They've got a good position as well. And I think that them taking this fight, being 2 versus 3, wherever they charge in, is not quite necessary. I think that they need to play a little bit safe right now, because if they get, pushed upon, that could be an easy take for any team. And here's Pog Champs, a new team that's come in, one more new team. They are taking a fight towards that train station region, and here come the rockets right upon them. Ooh, a little bit of disembowelment. Still okay. Trying to find rotational qualities here. They're right next to the zone, and they do have good amount of ultimates available as well. We've got another Loba here who does have a black market available, and if they're able to find a couple of extra shields that I think, could be better than the ones that they're wearing right now, that's giving them a huge advantage. PK, they're getting in towards the city as well. This is a huge Skyhook circle. It's completely on Skyhook here, Crips, and this means so many buildings to work upon. And look at where the zone is. It's right dead center where we've got Altmara Pancho standing upon. This is quite literally their game if they, get the zone again.
Yeah, so the zone is basically this center building that is Altmara Pancho and Fit Assassin and all his teammates. That is the extent of the zone. It's tiny. There's a grand total of 5 buildings in the circle. And now I'm just concerned, where are the other teams going to go? One of them might have to share the compounds, share the buildings, one team on the top floor, one team on the bottom floor. That kind of stuff is going to happen. And if you have a Caustic or a Watson in a zone like this, it will be the perfect defensive lineup that you need.
Indeed. Well, we've got about 40 seconds until the zone closes in. We still have 11 squads here, Crips.
Hold on, Universe. Anirudh, North, that's Team Depression, sending it into the center building. And they're about to go up against Altmara Pancho. Now, these 2 teams, if they are fighting in the center Skyhook building, then all the other teams around them can use this as a distraction to take their own positions. We must focus on the center building fight over here, because they might not commit to this one. I think this could be just a fake. They're trying to ruse out all the positions and figure out what's the best place to hold. Altmara Pancho, of course, they definitely won't be relinquishing this position anytime soon. This is the best position for them to be in, straight in the center. Not too many buildings have a line of sight onto this one, and they can just keep on getting all their damage. Nixtix has already evolved onto the red shield, so that's great. Another team in the air. You might be able to get away, but where will you go? Where will you land?
Oh, that's a lot of damage being given. Altkaro Pancho have got the best seed in the house, and they've got quite a bit of things going on in their favor so far. And of course, they've got the repertoire to do it as well. It looks like their first game might just be one of their good games. And look at them.
Oh, serious?
Shirang and Slim Shady still alive. They're rotating over, and they've got KZ. Oh boy, they're running into the train station. That's going to be a huge fight between Dream Esports and Rogue Raiders. And it looks like it might just turn out to be there in their favor. While from the heavens above, of course, Altkaro Pancho are just, raining down hell upon everybody.
Yeah, they're stealing all the kills as well. They kill stole Crypto's frag, and that's another point in the bag for them. And they're so close to getting red armors for everyone. But what's funny is that there's 3 teams in this very building. Altkaro Pancho on the roof. We have Team Depression on the first floor, and another team at the absolute bottom.
No, there's nobody. Is there somebody there behind that platform? I mean. Oh boy, oh look at that, oh my god, that's a whole lot of damage being given. Belkun is just gonna get his red shields like it's nothing. He's got about 172 damage left to give, and he's gonna get that for free. That Wraith portal is out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have enough juice left to put it all the way to the other side. But look at the next circle universe. It forces this team to relinquish the center building and go out into the open. The only piece of cover available is a fraction of the train station. Nobody else. You might be able to use the fences for cover, which would have been a great spot, but with 8 squads left, there's just simply not enough space. Most of these teams will end up dying. Where do Depression go right now? And they have a tough decision to make. Do they focus on the team above them? Do they focus on the team ahead of them? Questions, and not enough answers. They do have a Kraber, which could solve a lot of their problems. I think this might just have to be one of those games where teams forget about trying to win and just focus on the kill points instead.
Oh, I think that these guys have got a good positioning now, Krebs. They've got a good rotation coming in. Nobody's going to stop them. And Depression might be in prime position again because the team, Altkaro Pancho, are going to be on top of that place, on top of the centric building, where they're going to be forced off of because the zone is going to be closing in about 20 seconds. They've got 9 hostiles detected. That is such a good Bloodhound ability to have at that sort of a moment. Depression are just getting information. They're playing for cover. They're trying to hold on to this ground here. A lot of smokes being deployed around them. Now they're getting completely pressured up. But look at this. What a great kill. Not completely blinded, but still able to find that. Pyrosivs goes down. And there's another one being damaged, and he might have gotten that kill as well. Anirudh has clearly made an impact as soon as he's gotten into this game. They see people on top of platform, but they can't touch them because of the glass panel. Depression. They are right now in control of this game. So many kill points as well as positional points for them. 5 squads left, and look at the kill leader. Just Anirudh has got 7 kills.
The only team that can harm Team Depression is the team on the train station. Every other team is going to have to come out into the open, especially all the teams that are towards the center building. Chiga, though, will he leave? Now, the problem over here is the 2 teams that are inside of train station, they're going to have to first fight each other as they climb down and also take shots at Depression. And that is assuming Altkaro Pancho doesn't do anything. Bot 101, it's just Theos left. The smoke doesn't provide enough cover, especially when almost everyone on the other team has digi-threats. If he can survive this one, that will be great. If he can get into the top 3, it will be better than anything else. 1 HR13, down to the last 2 members. I mean, it's not like they have a choice, but they're holding onto the roof for now. They have some angles on Team Depression, but of course, you have to keep in mind the Depression have a Kraber, and Anirudh, with a brilliant tap, instantly knocks out Rishi Malik. The res is possible, but he might get shot down from the bottom. Does anyone try to contest this one? They're throwing arc stars on top of this big this bubble, but I think the time has run out.
The zone. Oh, he does get the revive. Okay, that's quite a GB revive there, but they do get into the zone. They're just about barely in here. Rishi Malik needs to get his heals back immediately, but this very little tight corner that they're stuck in over here, Grips, could be their demise. They're constantly being pressured. They're giving back to Depression as well. But for how long can they stay up here? They need to fall down. Dream Esports are below them, and now they're getting heavily caught. It might just be the one kill that they need and push down. The shotgun comes out.
Oh no, the bubble's a bit too late. He had it on cooldown. Last 3 teams left. And now the bubble of 1HR13 works in the favor of Dream Esports because their Gibby bubble is also on recharge. They are using their opponent's bubble for now. The EMP isn't ready, but it would have been perfect. Out they go. Shotguns up against shotguns. They're trying to go man on man. It's just down to Red Retro. And he's going to fall as well. This might just provide a lot of armor swaps to Dream Esports and Co. And it also gives them enough time to reset for their next battle, which is just on the other side of this fence. Cannot come in time to help his teammates out. I don't think that's possible. North might just have to contest for the second position or the first one. Of course, he knows that Dream Esports are in a difficult situation considering the fence that they have to climb. But on the other side, there's absolutely nobody and they're so low on HP. Dream Esports take the win. They weren't in the optimal position right from the beginning. They had to go through a lot of difficulty, but that Gibby bubble that was put down by the team on top of Train Station worked in their favor so well.
Wow. Have a crypto in your team and you actually end up winning. Well, it seems like my prediction has come true. I did give them a bit of room to wriggle around in the beginning. I did say that Depression and Dream Esports might come on to top 2. Well, Dream Esports take the W and quite a one as well. Honestly, they were in that train station for I think as long as I can remember. They landed in Skyhook.
Definitely.
They were there in Skyhook the entire time. Did not take fights until the last moment. And well, patience reaps them the reward that they required.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But Dream Esports, I think they probably heard us talk about them, having said that we've not seen them in the matchup. And
they were like, yeah, now we're going to put on a performance that you will remember.
I mean, look, the way they played was magic. It was absolute magic. You did mention that they were in a tricky position because of the wall, but they still went out there and actually walked away with a victory. So how do you break down their entire approach in this game, Krebs?
So the entire approach of almost every team in a situation like this, especially in sweaty urban battles, is resource management. And that's why you saw Altmaro Pancho, they took that center building, put up that Loba Mart, and they had absolutely no troubles in terms of ammo and meds. Whereas teams like Depression, they were trying to conserve ammo as much as possible. That's why you saw them towards the bottom of the center building. And they were there for like at least a whole circle. Then they start to move towards the train station and the fences above because the circle forced them to. But again, since they don't have a Loba in their team, they have to be a little more conservative. Meanwhile, a team like Altamaro Pacho, they can just continue shooting away and dealing as much damage as possible. I think they stole a couple of kills as well, especially onto that one team who was coming into Skyhook very late. So, yeah, that's the advantage of having a Loba in end circles like these. You have no shortage of meds and no shortage of ammo. So they walk away with a lot of kill points, even if it's not the win. I can't even blame Retro and Team Depression for doing what they did. I mean, in a difficult situation like this, they didn't even have proper cover. They were kind of out in the open. There was just one little fence that they had for cover. And even then, it doesn't keep them completely safe because the team on top of train station can shoot them down anytime they want. So, yeah, ammo conservation, heal conservation is basically the name of the game in a situation like this. And of course, being a little wary of your surroundings, knowing when to push, knowing what the perfect timing is.
You know what's funny? Universe, Crips makes my job very easy. All I have to do is come and ask him a question. He'll go on a bender for a minute straight, trying to break down every single play. And look, listen, it's great insight that you have, right? And at the same time, it also sort of provides more perspective to all the players who are watching this tournament to try and understand the game better, learn how to be better in the game. But Universe, coming to you, right? Apart from the obvious winners, of course, which are the teams that stood out for you?
I think that the ones that just did make a debut, I think Altmaro Pancho did have a good understanding of where they wanted to be. I think they took positions that they knew could give them advantage early on, and like Krip said, they stole off a couple of kills very early on. When the rotations were coming in from the other teams, while we didn't even, it was almost as if our entire view was stuck at Skyhook because every team was constantly just pouring in there. So we didn't even get a chance to look at the other regions of the map because Skyhook itself was so focused, and Altmara Pancho just made the best of the situation. And I think that their kill points are going to affect them heavily. They're going to be able to move up, quite up on top of the table as long with their points that they've gathered by, getting the position as well. So I would say that team did a really good job of, taking early advantage of what they knew and they read. I think that the situational analysis was pretty good, and I think that they might be doing a lot more better. But given all of this, I think given that Depression finished in the top 4, top 3, I think. They are still, at the very top of things right now.
Oh, absolutely. They are definitely on top of things right now. But here's the thing, right? In a battle royale, no matter what is, you need to find that balance between kill points and that aggression that you have, right? Or you want to get position points. You need to strike that fine balance. Even if you don't win a lot of games, a lot of times we've actually noticed that teams who just consistently get top 5 or top 4 and get a couple of kills every single game end up being the winners of an entire tournament. So it's not all the more. I mean, it's not that important to walk away with a victory, but it also depends on the score breakdown, right? On how many points you're awarded. So in this tournament, to say the least, Crips, what do you think is the best approach to go for?
You said the answer yourself. You answered your own question. Be consistent. Try to get into the top 5 as often as possible, and don't commit without having full information. Let's say, for example, that one fight that Team Rogue was picking up, where they lost their teammate and the heal happened on the edge of the balcony of that zipline building. Yeah, those are the kind of fights that you regret taking when you don't have full information, because they assumed there's only one team in play. But what turned out is that all the other teams were starting to pour into Skyhook at one time. The people that they managed to crack the shields off was a completely different team, and the people that they ended up fighting inside the building was a completely different team. So that kind of stuff becomes really difficult to figure out, because the players can't see anyone's name. If you knock someone out, you see the name of the person. Sometimes that's not even possible because players have it set to anonymous mode or streamer mode. So you don't know who you're fighting. If you just got a knock and you think that this is the right time to push, you might be wrong because there might be another team in the way. So gathering information, especially when you don't have a scanning character like Crypto or Bloodhound, becomes difficult. And you just need to keep track of who you're fighting, where everyone is, and be a little more aware about your surroundings. And it can be like overwhelming, right? When you have gunshots everywhere around you, you scan. We saw that moment, right? He scanned the train station and he found like 9 hostiles detected. Yeah. I mean, I would panic in a situation like this. A person like me, if I see such a high number on my Bloodhound scan, I'm like, shit, I'm not going anywhere close to that building. That would be my reaction. But there's nowhere else left to go.
That's such a contrast on what my reaction would be, right? I would probably be salivating because I know, hey, you know what? This
like,
is my time to shine, go out and take those fights. But it really comes down to individual approaches, which we will talk about. But for now, it is time to talk about one of our sponsors who actually made this possible. That is Kryptonite Microsystems. And they have these wonderful NVIDIA GeForce Esports machines, which enable you to go out and just grab a machine, a pre-assembled machine, where you don't have to think about what graphic card to get, what processor to get. These are all very well optimized machines, ready to buy, and you can get them and start your esports journey. Universe, what's your take on this? I mean, look, we've talked about it to a great degree, right? But this is something that we didn't have a while ago.
Yeah, I think that we've come into this, age now where while the esports PCs are being created, and I think that, while we were all in this generation where we have to, figure out what graphics card to buy, what, RAM to buy, what, processor to get. Here we have, a company which does it all for you, gives you such good experiences in terms of smooth gaming, and also makes it so comfortable and easy for you to not worry about what you need, because they have these pre-built PCs which have the best graphic cards, the best optimized systems, which have a combination of parts that give you the esports experience that you want. So I think that they are doing a very good job. Kryptonite Microsystems, honestly, you guys should go check it out, kryptonite.com. And everything that they are doing is just an advancement for our esports community. It will help players come out a lot more better in terms of their skill. And of course, without having the problem of, any hardware issues or stuff like that, because this is what gets you, a lot better in terms of performance.
Crips, you were saying you've got to buy me a birthday gift, right? You know exactly what to get me now.
Hey, yaar.
Like, saste mein khatam hone wala, they could have bought me something cheaper, but now since you missed out and I've already told you what I want, so I'm going to wait.
Yeah, now I have to shell out money. I was thinking of getting that for myself, Mamba. I mean,
listen, man.
I love you, but ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा महंगा हो गया.
Universe, I think now you're my best friend. Why don't you buy this? For me?
I will be your best friend if you can tell me what's my actual name, Mamba.
Look at my face.
Oh, that's a good one.
No.
That's a good one now.
Hold on, look at my face. This face cares at all about what your real name is as long as you buy me that PC.
Wow. Okay. All right. All right, let's have it at that. Mama makes a very convincing case for me to buy him a GE Esports PC. So I can't resist that face. Come on, who can resist that face? Look at Mamba, such a nice little person.
No, I'm
Flowery
not
shirt.
little by any means. I'm just saying that unless you've met me at a LAN event.
Oh no, I said, I mean, like, it's a phrase. It's, a term of
Listen,
it's.
man, the dating apps on my phone check out, so might as well, right? But nonetheless, let's move on back to the game right now because we can go on and on with the banter that we have amongst ourselves, right? This is in the pre-show before we actually go live as well, and quite colorful things were said before we actually went live because we are just having some fun. But moving on to the next game, right? Game number 4, Cribs. What are your expectations?
Honestly, I have no expectations from this game. All the expectations I had from the game have been satisfied, have been met. I asked for a zone towards the northern side of the map. We got an overlook zone. I asked for an urban battle and we got skyhook zones. So I think I'm happy. I've seen almost every part of World's Edge now. After this, whatever happens is going to be a bonus.
Well, I think Cribs is pretty content with what
I'm content with whatever I've seen so far. The matches are good. The end circles are sweaty, and there's quite a lot of situations where I say to myself, I can't predict who's going to win. So if that keeps on happening more often, then that means that's prime Apex watching experience.
Well, here's the thing, right? Between Cribs and I, there's only the difference between pronunciation because Cribs is all about being content. I'm all about content. And there's quite a bit of content going on in the PCR as well because I'm sure our directors are having their bit of fun. I have my eyes and ears open. I can see you guys talk, right? You know that. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hop into the matchup in just a bit. But Universe, I want to know your take on this one. I want to understand what you feel about this tournament and what do you have to say about this day.
Well, I think that it's been quite an eventful day today. I think it's been a lot more entertaining, given that all the teams have stepped up quite a bit from yesterday. And I think that while I do expect this to be just as good as before, I think that every game has been a step up so far. Till game 3, we've seen a lot more action, and like Krips said, it's been a variety of it. But you know what? I'm actually more interested. It's from yesterday. It's been me and Krips. Mama, you tell us, who do you think is going to win this time?
Listen, man, depression all the way, all the way. Up and down every single day. That's what I root for because I've made best friends with it, is what I'm going to tell you. But nonetheless, that's just a joke. But I just hope to see a good matchup. All I want to see is some great action, which we have been witnessing. And I do really like the sense of humor that all these players have because the names are quite intriguing. And honestly, I so wish if NVIDIA somehow came up with the best team name award. I don't know, GeForce best team name award. And probably one of these teams could walk away with an extra piece of hardware.
Alt
That's a good idea.
Nah, no, that would not be it for me for sure. I'm pretty sure we have some more creative names to witness.
I mean, I think we saw yesterday. There were quite a few, and earlier in the first 2 games as well. But that's the thing about Apex names. You can where else do you see something like this? You can see something like this in Valorant. Yeah. You're gonna see only in Apex, and this is what's the fun about. That's all the fun is about.
I like how Universe started stating the obvious, right? At this point, it's an Apex tournament. We're halfway through the tournament. Tomorrow is the grand finals, and no, you're only going to watch Apex over here because clearly this is not an Apex tournament, is it?
No, we are here for Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers.
I don't know about you, man. I'm only
given the way some of these guys were jumping, I wouldn't be surprised.
Listen, man, this is turning out to be boomer humor right now, but nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? Let's just hop into the game and see what happens. And I'm really excited to see some great action and a lot of great coverage from you guys. But if you guys had one question for me, right? Let's reverse roles over here a bit. Crips, one question for me. What would it be?
I'm trying to think of something so stupid and so silly.
Such
I'm not able to.
Right?
Yeah, such a switcheroo. Good thing. Universe, do you have anything in mind?
No, listen, no. There's a reason why I didn't ask him, right? Because I know for a fact he has something.
Okay. It's not much of a question, more like a request. Can I get you something else for your birthday instead?
No, you gotta get me
because that PC. No. If I'm buying the PC, it's gonna be for me. It's too personal of a gift to give to somebody else.
Me the same thing. All you have to do is deliver it to Surat. They can come and pick it up whenever you want.
I'd rather pick you up at the bar.
Okay, yeah, that's my cue. Hello, producers. Can we
Can
please
we
come
get the
on with
game
the game?
started? Yeah, it's getting a
Yeah,
bit too awkward over
I
here.
don't want to see Crips and Mamba get into their usual business.
Why do you feel
Let
like a
Wait,
a third
hold
wheel?
on. What do you mean usual business? What?
I'm not gonna say
He's
anything more.
feeling like
No
a third
comment.
wheel
No
now.
comment. I can neither confirm or
No,
deny what I.
this is universe's insecurity showing up because Crips and I get along really well together, and
Yikes.
universe is trying to. He's
You know,
just
it was
come up, right. He's just
it
come
was
up and
it
sort
was
of fit
just
in.
about an hour ago where Crips was jealous and Mamba said, "Oh, Crips, you're getting jealous of me in universe." But okay, Mamba's clearly having.
No, Crips is used to being, he's used to being the sidekick for me, but nonetheless, let's stop with this. Let's just move on to
Okay,
the lobby.
Crips,
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take that. I
Listen.
wouldn't take that.
Considering he's the host and we are the casters over here, he's doing the more sidekick role, isn't he?
Listen, man, as long as we all get paid the same, it's a chill job for me because I only have to come between the segments. All right. So yeah, you don't want to play that game with me, Crips. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop into the lobby. That's a lot of banter. I hope you guys had fun with all this here. But yeah, just have fun, boys. Just have fun with the game.
Let's begin. We are about to jump into game 4 of the day. 3 of the games are over. We are halfway through the day. Hell, we are halfway through the tournament. There's just one more day left of matches tomorrow, and that's probably going to be the finals. So all the teams who have anything to show us need to step up right now. No more mistakes, no more losing players early on, because reviving a player in this game might be possible, but resurrecting them from the dead, respawning them is nearly impossible. Unless you find a whole array of mobile respawn beacons, it's just simply not possible to use the regular respawn beacons at all. Wow.
Yep.
Epilepsy.
Oh boy. Well, here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4, and we can see all the teams loading into what we know to be game. Wait, am I reading that right? The Pyrosivs. Look at that. Oh, his teammate, that hot waitress, sounds like Mamba.
Okay, stop. I have to stop you right there. It's a meme. It's a popular meme in the Apex community.
No, I know. I was saying it on purpose.
Yeah, I know. In fact, you'll see it quite a lot on Timmy streams or sometimes even on Imperial Hal's stream. So that's a meme that you will see on a lot of Apex streamers. On a lot of Apex streamer streams. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this time the plane path is perfectly straight, perfectly vertical, unlike the sandwich I spoke about earlier. It's going all the way from survey camp down to launch site. Skyhook, of course, will be occupied by one of the teams. Survey camp also. This time, the team that dropped in survey camp last time has opted to go towards Climatizer instead. Chigga and his friends heading towards Fragment. I love that already. And I hope they continue going towards Fragment instead of landing towards the no-name compound.
Oh, yeah,
they're going
Yeah,
straight for the broken building in the center.
Yeah, it clearly seems like it. They've got competition right next to them. I think there's an early fight already happening. They are taking a little bit of heat over there. But while we look at the rest of the map, look at, again, Depression have gone towards Thermal Station. And we've got launch site being covered up as well. We've got Altmara Pancho towards Lava Siphon. And they've scared off the other team that was going to be coming over there, Theos and Co. So they've got the upper end of utility, weaponry that's going to be thanks to the hot drop zone that we all know. And XRM clan, they've gone to Skyhook once more. And I'm curious to see where the zone is going to be ending up this time.
There is at least one other team in Skyhook, so we might expect some early game fights over here. Meanwhile, in Fragment as well, while it is being occupied by one team, there is another team inside the no-name compound. The village that's towards the right-hand side of Fragment. There is another team right there. And I find that to be a good spot to land because you don't have to worry about getting weapons and getting shot down immediately. But then again, it gives you a decent enough staging area to come into Fragment later on with all the resources that you need. XZM though, trying to take Skyhook all for themselves. We have AVC who's obviously scouting ahead towards the center building. Meanwhile, his teammates are towards the eastern edge of Skyhook. He might be able to spot one of his enemies close to the northern side of Skyhook, but I don't know if they will initiate right now. Of course, in order to go full send in, they need to regroup, they need to get a knock in the first place, and they need more information. And these guys have no character that can gather information. The Wraith, the Bangalore, the Octane, all of them are aggressively fighting characters. So they don't have any Gibby reses. They don't have any scanning characters. It's a very weird composition. No Valk either.
Yeah, but look at, we've got the fragment fight here, Crips, all what we talked about, and it's Dream Esports taking it up. And they've got it against a team that's on the northern side of Fragment. While Dream Esports are trying to still, get their supplies, find as much loot as possible, taking that initial fight might not be that good for them at the moment. Two of their players still on white shields, and it's only Genius who's got something to work with. R301 and Mastiff already being taken up by him, and they're constantly crafting everything that they need. And we've got another team right about on the other side. I think they've left. Yeah, I think that they left. Have they left?
No, they didn't come into Fragment. Yeah, they didn't come into Fragment. They decided to move towards the south instead. I'm kind of disappointed, but then again, I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to fight inside Fragment either, especially when the zone doesn't support Fragment at all. So yeah, Dream Esports probably have the city to themselves for now. For now being the keyword. They must keep on checking everything around them.
Yep.
And that's a convenient part about having a crypto, right? You just look at one of the banners and they already see that there's one team in the vicinity. So that's an easy way to figure out how many people you have close to you. This could be especially useful in the end circles, that is, if they manage to stay alive until the end.
Yeah. Hawk champs.
Inside Big Mod. I like this place. I really like Big Mod. Is that Vineet I see in the background? Yep, Vineet and his teammates are also playing. I happen to know this guy as well. My God, why are all my friends playing in this tournament? And I kind of
feel not a bad thing.
It's not. It's conflicting for me because then I don't know, internally who to support. Of course, I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible. But come on, when like half the server is people that it kind of becomes a little difficult to do that.
Ooh, that was a good shot with the Sentinel. Does get the tag onto him, but PogChamps have got a little bit of an early damaging position. And they have, here we go. There's a fight coming into them, Griff. They're taking immediate damage and they're trying to get out. The Loba will not be able to teleport away from here. They lose him, and now it's on to Fit Assassin and Maidenless to try and get this done. And it looks like it might not be easy for her either. Maidenless trying to keep himself alive. He's going to be losing his life as well. Sweaty is going to take him down. And that's going to be a very difficult fight for PogChamps to recover from. Fit Assassin. He's trying to gather up as much defensive qualities as possible, running away with his passive, and he's also got the smoke spud. At this point, he's got no, proper support. So what can he actually do? Keeps himself alive, and the only thing right now that he can hope for is recovering the banner of Maidenless and maybe healing Popo. Reviving.
I think that's also going to be difficult. Especially when you're a Bangalore, there's just simply no way to go downstairs except the zip lines or the staircases. What he can hope for is just waiting it out and praying to God that Vineet's team, who's currently inside Lava City, comes over here and tries to third party.
Oh,
meanwhile, the vault inside the caves has been secured already, and Lava City is turning into a little bit of a hot zone over here. We have Kush already bleeding out, Theos also down. That kind of means that JMD are going to be in a lot of trouble, and Vineet is the only guy who has capability to fight. Recovers the banner of his teammates, but he might not be able to go for the complete res. The R301 not doing as much damage as he wanted to, and he has to punch out. Into the phase he goes, and will the Void protect him? He's lost his teammate Sentient as well, and there's absolutely no way for him to recover that banner. Team cracked, chasing him to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, they just want to get rid and done with this. There goes another player down. Sentient has lost his life, and that leaves only Vineet alive. Well, let's hope your friend can keep it going, Crips. He is about 100 meters away from here, and he's constantly moving away. He doesn't look like he might be coming back for these banners.
No way. He has the banner of one of his teammates, but not the Gibraltar. He has the banner of the other teammate.
Yeah.
So maybe he can go for a rest towards, Thermal Station. But then again, that's going to be occupied.
Oh,
maybe not anymore because Team Depression likes to move out of Thermal Station quite early. So if he can find a way to get control of one respawn tower, then that would be great. Meanwhile, 1HR3. These guys have just managed to eliminate Fit Assassin, and that's another team that's going down in Big Mod. So does that mean that Fit Assassin, one of the only members who was surviving, is now dead? Yep, that definitely means so. Big Mod. Yeah. So teams falling left, right, and center. Fit Assassin obviously wasn't able to get away. It's funny how we were seeing 1v3s almost everywhere in Lava City and in Big Mod. Meanwhile, another fight is breaking out just on the outskirts of Fragment inside the no-name village. And there might be a third-party opportunity over here as well by the team coming in from the caves. Dream Esports, while they do manage to get at least one kill, they still are not completely out of trouble. There's a team inside the caves who's approaching from Geyser, and they need to be ready to take them on.
Yeah, Rogue Riaz have got a lot of players in front of him. There goes the smokes to try and get them away from here. Chirang survives with half of his HP, but he's going to be completely dismantled. They've got players ahead, beside, in front of, and behind them, and that will be probably the end of Chirang and gang. That is an unfortunate position to be in, completely surrounded by players across from multiple teams, and they act as if nothing ever happened. They just get one and they run away, and poor old Chirang and co just absolutely could not escape from there. XRM though, now they're taking pressure as they try to get away from the zone, maybe going a little further, but they go back taking the Wraith portal and have a little bit of cover.
This is just the second zone, so they can afford to tank the zone damage a little bit. That's going to be much more desirable than going into the crosses of some other team. Meanwhile, Dream Esports, they get hearing all of this. They know for a fact that there's going to be at least 3 teams on the border of Fragment and another team coming in from the caves. But their first target is going to be this team trapped inside the garage house. Goes in personal. The beam is real. The Gibraltar goes down. Almost immediately the dome comes through so that his teammates can't activate that crossfire and they can isolate these frags. Might as well just go for the punch. And he kills him with a melee shot. And genius. Styling on his enemies. Killing him with the crypto heirloom towards the end over there. And with that, he is the kill leader with 4 frags.
Dream Esports just continue to impress us. They've done such good work over here, holding down to that small little area just beside Fragment and between tunnels. And honestly, this is a great spot for them to be in. They've got rotations cut off, as well as they've got people who are coming in thinking that the space might be empty. And they've got some really good frags coming up over here. Here's Depression though. They're slowly moving in. Oh, they've got a fight in front of them, and this could be ABC and gang. And this is a huge fight that I don't think are going to be able to afford right now. Lose one player. ABC's trying to run away, being the best self that he can. That's the Octane. But there's no way they're getting out of here. Xenon on the other side, looking to maybe survive. What a shot, and that is just amazing from Red Retro and co. But they've got one more to worry about.
Yeah, Leonard's just hitting all his wingman shots. He's just not missing. At the moment I say that, he misses on a far away target, but that's completely fine. For now, this team has nothing to worry about. There's 40 seconds left in the next zone. They can get away if needed as well. In fact, instead of going to the zone, they are moving deeper and deeper into enemy territory. They are just simply not ready to give up on their fallen teammate. Retro on the verge of dying to the zone. No! Poor North, he tried to go ahead and revive him, but for now he needs to go back to Anirudh and help him fight this battle. He cannot afford to fight alone at all. There's just one Ashe that he was up against, and she has also left the vicinity now. In fact, they might just be able to res Red Retro right here on top of construction building. But I'm worried that if they go for the res right now, how are they going to get into the zone?
Well, I think that he can get in. I think that Red Retro can get in. Also because
he's not going to have the ultimate. He respawns. He has no ultimate available. Unless he finds an accelerant.
Yeah, well, that is going to be difficult. I think he can fly in just a little bit thanks to him being him. But then the others need to run in quickly. They do have North's portal coming up in just about a couple of seconds. He's just about 70% done with the ultimate recovering itself. And while Red Retro is going to be trying to take whatever he can, fallen on the loot below on the ground, the zone is pretty far away from them. This is going to be a troublesome rotation for them here, Crips. And Depression might be getting a little bit of zone damage, and I don't think they're going to be able to recover from it completely by the time they go in.
Yeah, and even if they go in through this lava passing, there is a crypto dome waiting for them on the other side. So they're going to be detected the moment they enter.
Yeah, and this lava passing is honestly one of the most dangerous places. I really hate being caught off guard here. It's happened so many times. You know, you're right between Harvester and this passing over here, and you've got lava on the side. While you go, the players over here always camp and just hold on for rotational cutoffs. But leave that. Look at this. Oh, they just get away in time. Oh my God, Dream Esports come out just in time to maybe find somebody of kill, but it's just gonna be a couple of shots being fired into the air. while they're being supported, Man of Fire and Co are firing on them. They've got even another team, Sweaty and Co, just about 150 meters away from this position, also giving trouble to the players running away from this zone.
A Lava City zone, which also coincides with the dome a little bit.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely love it. I have seen way too many ALGS circles in this region, and none of them end up in a good way for the teams who are inside dome already. It's usually the late teams that enter this region who have an advantage. But for now, Man of Fire, he's skipping over the fire and jumping in to finish off the members. Mr. Sami gets taken down by him. Zodiac also shoots down Neil. So this could be the end of yet another team. And with this, they have secured the southern edge of the dome for themselves.
Oh, that's some great cover, to be honest, as well. While
It
there is another team trying to pressure them from staging, this is a really interesting zone. You can see that, we've got even Pyrosivs, Hot Waiters coming in, and they're taking a fight with the one team that might just give them the most trouble, Depression. Pyrosivs might be caught off guard. There goes the defensive bombardment as well to try and keep them off guard. Pyrosivs is getting away with his life, but North is not going to let him be. Neither is Anirudh. They're trying to throw in grenades. There's no way they're going to get away from here. The Hot Waiters loses his life, and now it's just Pyrosivs left alone. And Pyrosivs goes down as well. That is them completely bled out. What a push in.
I know, that was Anirudh getting all 3 kills towards the end. His teammates helped him out quite a lot, but it was Anirudh securing the kills all by himself. And that too against all odds. There's a creeping barrage of the Bangalore, the defensive bombardment of the Gibraltar, 2 massive missile-related ultimates thrown at them. But they walk through that dead man's land with absolutely no trouble at all. And after getting that kill towards the edge of Lava Siphon, they're going to go back. And this time, they're going to try to take the ramps that lead them into the dome region. I kind of like this rotation. It's going to allow them to get a lot more kills. But if they go in via the caves that connect to Lava City, that's going to be even better. Because I don't think anybody has occupied the caves for now. This could be a prime spot for them to camp out and wait out this shitstorm.
Well, you might just be right. There is another team right inside the caves, and they've spotted them. There it is. And that is going to be Altmaro Pancho. And they are taking in a lot of pressure. And they've got the zone for themselves, so they can't go hide inside tunnels. But they will have a rotational cutoff coming from the other side as well. And they're punched in between. North is giving so much damage to them. And on the other side of things, Toby's taken out Sweaty, one of the teams that were actually taking a very aggressive early approach. And now they're going into tunnels. They know that the zone's going to, just completely crunch them in over here.
But Universe, I'm more concerned about Team Altmaro Pacho. On one end, they are fighting Team Depression, and on the other end, they have Team One Clip pushing them right now. Both the edges of the cave are guarded, and Team 6 realized this. Depression realizes that there's 2 teams inside the caves. There's absolutely no point going around from this side, so they're gonna take the long way around. Again, instead of going inside the zone already, they're gonna try to kill every single team holding the mini dome and the vault cave. After that, they'll probably look to seek a position inside the zone. Securing their backlines is almost just as important as getting a position inside the zone. And seems like they've got their priorities right. Now, Altmaro Pacho are trapped. They still think that Depression is behind them. And they know for a fact that there are at least 2 teams ahead of them. So where do they go? They can't even go all the way around the back and then try to explore another avenue of entry.
Yeah, but the problem is, Crips, that Depression are actually taking a lot of, damage from Toby and co. They've got a fight already going on the other side of Dome, and here's Altmaro Pacho going in for the fight themselves, and they're completely covered by both sides. They need to take the wait portal back towards the tunnels. There's no way they're going to be surviving standing over there. They just about make it out.
What now? They are indeed trapped over here. They can go around the left-hand side and go for a longer rotation. Now that Team Depression isn't present in that corner anymore, this could be the lifeline that they needed, and they will most likely survive at least into the top 5. But play like pros, maybe they won't. Director is already dead. 1 HP and KD are trying to find a space to call home inside the ring, but there's absolutely no place available. The mini dome is already covered by one of the teams. Red Retro's on the other side. We have Jigalicious and his teammates towards the left. Can they survive and get inside? I don't think any of these 3 teams have the potential to make it in.
Yeah, they most certainly don't, and that's exactly why 1 HP is trying to get away with that Rift portal. He's made a way for HKD to follow him as well. And while we talk about all of this, Zodiac's actually taken out a player from two players from Dream Esports, and I think that Dream Esports have lost their lives. Dream Esports might just be out here. It's actually just Anirudh with the 5th kill of the game, which makes him the kill leader. This guy is an absolute maniac since the time he's been coming to the team.
Oh no. Well, Altgoropacha somehow survived that one, and not just survive, they are able to get a couple of kills on the way outside as well. And now they have in front of themselves North and Co. Probably the most dangerous team in the lobby. If they can take them out right now, they'll be doing the entire lobby a massive favor. But North, surviving all by himself, is taking fights against Toby and Man of Fire, while he also has to be careful about Altgoropacha. So where does he go? He is a Wraith, but he can't punch out of this one, and that's going to be the end of North. His team got eliminated. Depression is out of the game, and I think all of the people in the server will be happy about that.
Yeah, they are going to be happy about that for sure. But even Dream Esports are out as well. So that's the top 2 teams eliminated before they could reach the top 3, which means another team has a chance to rise, and this could be the chance for Altgoropacha to come in. There's also Zodiac and Co. They are looking very hefty in this position. They've got a lot of cover as well as the high ground, and they are giving a lot of pressure on the right side for the moment, while they've got a team slowly lurking up from their west. Altgoropacha. Look at where Belkun is though. He's been caught now. He's seen by the other team as well. Nexus Abhi has seen him, and Zodiac is right around the corner. The last 3 squads in a triangular position now, and the dome is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. One step onto the lava could also kill you if you make the wrong step when you're on 1 HP. They gotta be careful here.
So here we have Belkun single-handedly trying to hold out Nexus, Bugatti, and Beard Rolo. Meanwhile, his other 2 teammates are busy focusing on Altgoropacha. Boys PK, on the other hand, they recognize his opportunity, and they know that they only have to focus on Nixtake's team. If they are able to get that, then the team on the right-hand side poses absolutely no threat to them. But can they get the kills onto them? Luckily, they don't have to move into the zone too much. They're just on the edge of it, but I can't really say the same about any other team.
They do get a little bit of information thanks to the Bloodhound. Man of Fire knows where exactly these players are, and this should be Boys PK's game. Oh, there's one player that comes out, and he could be in huge trouble, but he gets punished for it. Zodiac peeking out in the open. His shields have been reduced to 1, but he can be completely replenished back thanks to the batteries that he has. This is turning out to be quite a firefight here. Now they move in. They know that the teams are fighting. They've got the higher ground here. There goes the Beast of the Hunt. And now, Boys PK, they should be on top of things. There's a lot of ultimates being put down over here. Grenades being thrown in. And, well, while the side of Altgoropacha have got what they need, they might lose Belkun. They've got Goat and the teammate Nixtake's coming in over here. Now it's a 1v1 essentially right in front of these 2 teams, while the other team is just trying to keep themselves alive.
Oh, the Gibraltar ultimate called down at the perfect time. This could be the death of Team Altgoropacha. Boys PK though have lost Zodiac. Overextension by him towards the left-hand side. A completely unnecessary move, and the revival is nearly impossible because the dome is not present. But there is a jump pad which the Valkyrie uses to get to the other side to safety, and now the res is in progress. While that's happening, Man of Fire still trying to third party on this fight. He's trying to get as many kills as possible, and the 3rd squad has already died. It's down to the last 2 teams. 3 versus 3. Everybody is ready. But do they have the information? Beast of the Hunt not available. Man of Fire can use the strand once, and with that he's found all 3. He's going into the dome all by himself. His teammates are not there to support him immediately, and he might have just overextended on this one. He gets knocked out, and that's a mistake that they cannot afford to make. The other 2 players now coming into the dome from the other side. It's just Zodiac left, and I don't think he has it to win this one. Altgoropacha were in probably the worst position possible, but they still come out on top. They are able to reset the momentum every single time they get knocked down, and they juggle both their opponents like absolute chads.
That was amazing. Belkun was in so many positions where he could have completely been, just melted with those R301s, or even been sniped out of position. But he took so many risks, and I think that's what kind of helped them get information, because they were playing on the back of Belkun, having that rotational quality in him with the Wraith, abilities. And well done, honestly. Like you said, they were in a very, vulnerable position. They were on the lower end of that slope. And on top, Boys PK had the advantage. But the one mistake that they did was Zodiac overcommitting. He lost his life while he did come back and get revived. That Gibby Dome did help them survive from the ultimate that came from the other Gibby. And eventually, once they defeated the other team, the Boys PK squad came in just about a second late. And having that Mastiff do just about 16 damage, well, not the best.
Reliable 16 damage from the shotguns. Sometimes it's like a 99 damage shot from a Peacekeeper. Sometimes it's a 9 damage shot. So
yeah.
The shotguns, bro. Shotguns in general. But then again, if you have a Gibraltar on your team, it's necessary to have that shotgun for close range.
True, but here's the thing, right? Alcaro Pancho, you did mention rightly that they were in a terrible position, and at the end of the day, it was the Alts that actually got them through. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with the names over here, but it's definitely working out for them. Now I'm concerned for the rest of the names, because if your name is what you play like, then we do have some questionable names for sure.
I did call it out. I'm gonna take a little bit of credit for this one as well. I did call it out again that Alcaro Pacho did have potential. They were playing really well in this game, in the previous game, and they did come into the top 5. And I think with them winning this one does throw them a little bit ahead as well. I like that my predictions are coming a little around today. Yesterday was Crips' day. Today is my day.
Anybody who boasts about the predictions on the casting desk is definitely... You know what? I'm actually not going to roast you on that one.
That's okay.
I'm just trying to have some banter. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a really, really short break. Do not go anywhere, because we will be right back.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner. I'm just getting started.
And so are we. Welcome to Control, an entirely new way to enjoy the Apex games. The rules are simple. 2 teams of 9 compete. Legends gain points for their team by controlling set locations. The team with the most points at the end of the match wins.
You lost. Take it.
The brainchild of beloved philanthropist and interstellar genius Eduardo Silva, this brand new mode gives the people what they want. A blood sport the whole family can enjoy.
Bloody dirtbags.
Cheer for your favorite legends as they battle for control of spectacular locations across the Outlands.
What can I say? I love what I do.
The longer they hold on, the more points they earn.
You better run from Gibraltar.
Righto.
Why should death be the end of the road? In Control, it's nothing more than a speed bump.
Watch out! Here I come, brother.
Get back in there, slugger.
Congratulations.
Whether you're discovering miracle cures,
Let's have fun, friend.
or battling enemy legends, teamwork is imperative. With bigger teams than ever before,
Follow the tunnel.
the legends will have to find new ways to get the best out of their squad.
Incoming.
And if a legend's performance makes the fans happy, we'll make that legend happy with our all-new Ratings Leader title. Great job, Seer.
Exquisite.
Tune in this season to find out who will take control.
Victory is assured.
And now, let's extend a hearty welcome to your new legend.
I'm no legend. I'm a bloody warlord.
After a speedy and fair trial, war criminal Mad Maggie has been humanely sentenced to die in the Apex games. But Maggie is no easy prey. What she lacks in empathy and basic human decency, she makes up for in stubbornness and raw ferocity.
Who wants to die first?
And while her impotent rage is merely delaying the inevitable, it's sure to keep us all entertained.
I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll execute the whole bloody lot of you.
A dastardly sneak attack orchestrated by Mad Maggie has wreaked havoc on Olympus, teleporting objects and buildings across the city. Maggie's Sabotage has upended the natural order. The legends will need to adapt quickly to their new surroundings to have any hope of surviving. Of course, there's more to life than just survival.
I know what I like, and I know how to get it.
That's why our legends are able to express themselves to their heart's content.
This outfit could use some high-caliber accessories.
Thanks to bold new leadership, the Apex games are going to be more exciting than ever. We guarantee madness will take control.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Charged and ready.
Who's ready to pull some G's?
It's showtime.
Fly. Fight. Win.
Marvelous.
What can I say?
I'm here to break the game.
Here comes a little old school.
The hunt begins. This mask has seen life through death. With each victory, I rise to a new army. And with that, blessed is your departure. For Alter.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NVIDIA GeForce Esports Festival Apex Showdown, sponsored by Crucial and Colorful. My name is Ranjit Mama Sina Patel. Alongside me is Crips and Universe FPS. And Universe was just talking about Mamba mentality. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I was talking about Kobe Bryant, but
I know.
I mean, nobody else is dunking some shots over here, so
yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about dunking some shots over here, who can and who can't. But there's one person who I know who hasn't yet so far, and that is Universe for sure. But Crips, moving on to you, right? 2 more games to go on today's day. 4 games. We've already seen action-packed matches, and of course, we're gonna have a look at the scorecard as well for the last 2 matches. But the teams, right? You talk about the teams all the time. The 2 teams that we've spoken about, apart from Depression, have both played really well. We've talked about Altmaro Pancho, and then there was one more team before that, which I believe is Dream Esports India. And both these teams pulling out performances which have impressed me at least.
Yeah,
So
certainly. Yeah.
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I think that Dream Esports did a really good job of the minute we spoke about them, they immediately stepped up and took notice. They won the game, but I think now it's going to be a little bit difficult for them because now there's a couple of teams who have come into the play that are actually giving them a lot more competition, and you could see it earlier on itself. While they did make it to the top six, I believe. They immediately got shut down by the amount of sheer aggression that the opponents had. While depression are constantly keeping themselves among the top four, I think that's a problem for the teams who are following up because their kill points are adding on, their positional points are just getting about settled up. Even if they don't get the victory, even if they've not gotten the victory, they've done a brilliant job of securing themselves probably the top spot, which we will see at the overall end of today. Where they stand and whether or not they're going to be qualifying for it, because I think that they definitely have made a stride in getting themselves a slot in the final.
Absolutely, but Crips, right? Look, we're more than halfway through the tournament. We have 2 more matches right now and 6 more matches tomorrow. And tomorrow, obviously, we'll find out who the winners are. But there are definitely some hot favorites from all the teams that you've seen. To name a few, right? We've had Depression today. Yesterday, I forgot the name of the team which was doing really well. Which had
Clutch Ministers.
Clutch Ministers, yes, absolutely. Clutch Ministers as well, doing really well. Is there anybody else that stood out in the last 2 games?
I would have to say Altmar Apache. I was super impressed by the way they handled themselves in that last fight. So when there's like 3 teams left in the circle, most of the teams try to avoid fighting. They are hoping that the other 2 teams will start fighting and then they can third party. But that was not the case for Altmar Apache. They were forced to pick up that fight against the third team. And Boys PK, who I thought had the best position in the game, the best situation as well, because they were not fighting at the start. They were in prime position to third party and take it all for themselves. But somehow their poor Valkyrie overextended, because of which they had to fall back, go ahead for the res, and heal up and reset and everything. And by the time they came back into the fight, Altmaro Pacho had wiped out the second squad. They were fully healed, ready to fight them fresh. So I just can't help but think that if that Valkyrie from Boys PK did not get knocked, they would have still been on the front foot. They would have been able to apply pressure. They would have not given time to Altmaro Pacho to reset. And then they would have been on low health from the previous fight. Easy win for Boys PK. It's so frustrating to see that missed opportunity over there.
Yeah.
Well, talking about missed opportunities, of course, you can always have the ifs and the buts, right? But there's only so much you can do. There's only so much under your control, especially in a Battle Royale game like Apex Legends, because you're not just going up against one player or one team. You're going up against 19 other teams, and that's not easy ever. But let's move on to the scoreboard for the last 2 games, right? And let's have a look at which teams stand where and how many points do they have. Because it's a fine line. That is something we've talked about. You need placement points and you need position points, but Dream Esports India with 39, Depression with 37, Alt Karapancho catching up.
Yeah, it looks like Dream Esports have overtaken Depression. This is of the last 2 games, though. It is Group E versus Group F, and those two groups had played in the previous 2 games. So the entirety of the scoreboard is going to be displayed in at the end of the day. But so far, it looks like Dream Esports are giving a tough competition to Depression, while Depression are still in the lead, I believe, in the overall scenario. I think that Dream Esports India have gotten a good chunk of the pie themselves. And while you can see that Alcarapacho have gotten themselves a good amount of points in these 2 games as well, they've got 2 more to go. So I would really expect them to step it up this time. And I think that they're the ones that we need to look out for in these 2 upcoming matches.
Well, I think I would like to keep an eye on Bot 101 as well. So their composition is very weird. I think this was the team that had absolutely no scanners and no Gibbies. I could be wrong. It could be the other team as well. We saw them in Skyhook and I was like, that's a weird composition. But if they can get 10 points off of a weird composition like that, imagine what's going to happen when they actually start picking up relevant legends. They can shoot up pretty quickly. And all they have to do is overtake 1 HR13 just by 1 point. So they could be in the contention over here as well.
Well, they could be into contention. There's no doubt about that. But again, you have to really go out there and perform in the match, right? You can only crunch so many numbers and be like, you know what, we're closing on the points. But one bad game, one early elimination, and all of this is not going to matter whatsoever. So, at the end of the day, you got to play well in the game, and that's the only thing that matters. Take it a game at a time and try and do your best, right? Universe, is that?
Indeed, I think that Cribs did point out that they could be competitive, but if you look at the gap between them and the position number 4, which is Boys PK, there's a 20-point gap between both of them. Essentially 18 points gap, but you can just put it up on 20 rounded about. But that is a huge gap for them to cover up, which means that they need at least about if they get the first place finish, they get about 12 points, and on top of that, they need about 8 kills. So it's going to be a very difficult, climb for them. I think that if Bot 101 are to, make a little bit of difference happen, it has to be by finishing at least in the top 3 and being able to secure maybe 5, 6, 7 kills, how many ever they can rack up. And that's the only way that's going to help them. Otherwise, it's the top 4 who clearly have established, a tyranny of their own. We've got 39, 38, and 39, 36, and there's 29, 28. So, and the next one, number 5, is with 11 points. So there's a significant gap between those two, which is clear by the level of skill that these 4 have been consistent performance as well.
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But let's move on to the giveaway for the audience, right? Because they've been watching this entire tournament and have been supporting us and showering us with love, and it's only fair to give them back a little bit. So, of course, we have the question: what's the delay between your mouse or keyboard action and the resulting pixel changes on the display? What is it called? Ladies and gentlemen, what's the delay? As a matter of fact, is what the question is. If you know the answer to this, answer down in the comments, and we will choose one random winner, and they will walk away with a waist pouch, a GPU holder, and a mouse pad. So, well, if you want this, go away right away the correct answer, and who knows, maybe you might actually win something.
Yep. I mean, these are pretty great products, and I think that whoever is just watching, not commenting, just enjoying the matches, is just a word that we all probably know. Go ahead and type it, and you could be the lucky winner to get a great mousepad, a GPU holder for when you get an upgrade from NVIDIA, or you could get a waist pouch that, is just as cool. I'm pretty sure Mamba rocks one.
Yeah.
No,
to give
I
you
what?
A waist pouch. A waist pouch.
Hey, listen. I have a very exquisite taste in fashion, and well, waist pouches can definitely come back into fashion if we normalize it. So, petition to normalize waist pouches.
Expedition to call them fanny packs.
Well, it's been a while since I've had a fanny pack. It's been, I think, roughly about 15. No, not even 15. As a matter of fact, 20 years or so. I do have a picture of me from kindergarten with a girl that I believe so now, which was a friend of mine in school, where I was rocking a fanny pack, by the way, and a cap the other way around. So it's been a while since I've had one.
Mamba with a reverse Pokemon cap and a fanny pack. Imagine
and
that.
White shoes with shorts.
And
so I'll tell you, yellow shirt.
Bro, he's
shorts.
like a budget Ash Ketchum right here.
Well,
the only thing he was probably missing was Pokeballs. So,
well, I wouldn't be too sure about that. But let's move on to Crucial and talk about them, right? Because they're the ones who are also helping making this possible. All our sponsors and all our partners. And Crucial SSDs, they've been around for a while. And there's one thing I can tell you, right? SSDs definitely change the way you play and the way you use your computer, because everything is just so much snappier, Crips.
Oh yeah, indeed. I remember me getting my first SSD. Before I got that in my life, I used to go ahead, press the power button on my CPU, go to the kitchen, get a snack, and come back. By that time, my PC has booted up. Now I press the button and it's there. It's ready. In fact, my life has become worse after getting an SSD. You know why? Because I can't read the loading screen tips on my games anymore.
Well,
that's first world problems right there.
Crips
it loads so fast.
Is what his problem. Crips is suffering from success and making all this money that he's been making while casting and whatnot, and buying all these expensive gear, and complaining about not being able to read the loading tips. Is that going to be a time where there is going to be a loading screen nerf, right? Where, you know what, you'll have to wait for 5 seconds and you'll have to go through all the tips. You know what, that's never going to happen, because the entire point of having SSDs is that you don't have to read, you don't have to wait while the game loads, right? And this is something that I do believe, right? When you play ranked matches, this is something you realize. The game loads much quicker as you go higher and higher and higher in the ranks. You know why? Because people who most of the people on higher ranks have really good computers, and that's the reason why you should probably have one of these NVIDIA GeForce Esports PCs. And if you don't have a good PC, it's going to take a while for you to load the game. And this is something that I've noticed in lower ranks, right? It takes a minute and a half to go into the lobby and actually from the lobby to the actual server. So it's pretty obvious to me the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you're playing games like Apex Legends or Valorant, where there is a character selection phase in the middle as well. So all of that just results in like 2 whole minutes before you get into the game, and it's just kind of annoying because you're there with an SSD sitting, having already loaded, okay, and then you're just waiting for the other players to join, and then you're like, huh, who are these SSD-less plebs? You're just kind of looking down on them. I know I sound like an elitist right now, but
You are an
crucial
elitist,
lifestyle.
Crips.
I mean,
I wasn't expecting to be called out like that, but okay.
You know,
You call yourself out.
My bad. Yeah.
was just
But you
about
know
to
what?
say that.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just hop on to the match, right? Because I have a feeling that if we go on one more segment just like this, somebody either from NVIDIA or from the production control is going to give us a call. Maybe somebody's going to walk up and speak in our ear. You know what, guys? We need to tone this down a bit, but we won't because we're here to have fun, and so are you guys. So let's just hop on to the match and see what transpires in the game. So, boys, take it away, have fun, and I hope you guys have a good one.
We can probably turn down the banter, turn up the heat. This lobby is hot and heavy, ready to rumble. Let's go down into the games, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got Group D against Group F. Now, this is the final 2 games of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Group D coming back, and DT7 make their way back. Aim assist abusers have come back. Cracked are here. We've got Oculus 3 back. Bad Legends, Island Guys, War Demons. We've got pretty much everybody. Hyper competitive make their space back as well. So this is going to be a stacked group, and here's where we can see Altacaro Pancho maybe solidify their position, maybe in the top.
Definitely.
And yeah, this is quite an interesting matchup because all of these teams are. We've seen two teams that have competitively been on the top. That was Dream Esports and Depression.
None of those are in the lobby right now.
Exactly.
So yeah, Depression and
Let's land over there.
my God, short-term
Dream
memory loss.
Esports.
Yeah, Depression and Dream Esports. The 2 teams with the Ds are no longer in the lobby, and this could be a golden chance for all the other teams to start making a comeback, especially the teams who are stuck in the mid-segment of the points table. I wouldn't exactly discount CompSpace's team from this game as well, because with all their major competitors gone, their lobby is up for grabs. They will probably be going on a killing spree right from the start. So let's take a look at where these teams are landing. Nobody in Skyhook. In fact, barely anyone in the northwestern part of the map. Landslide, Lava Fisher, Trial, Skyhook, all of them unoccupied. Just one team in Counter. That's rare.
Yeah, but we do have a little bit of fragment action, and there's Climatizer being overtaken. There's looks like the epicenter left alone, but look at what's happening on the server camp. They've got 2 teams over there, and they're initially going to be in a very heavy zone fight over here. On the southern side as well, we've got the champions of the previous game, Altacaro Pancho, on Lava Siphon, and they're right next to Blunder King and Co. Island Guys
In Climatizer, I like this. But what I don't like is the teams fighting in Survey Camp. There's barely enough loot for one team in Survey Camp. But now there's 2 teams landing in the same place. If you combine your Survey Camp loot along with the Northern Secret Spot loot, then you might have enough resources to sustain yourself throughout the game. Or maybe if you combine Survey Camp with Epicenter, if you loot those 2 POIs, then you might have enough for yourself. Otherwise, not at all.
Yeah, that is true. Well, the Survey Camp initially being, the spot where we saw contention coming so heavy, little surprising to me, but they are quite around here. They've taken over the tunnels as well. The train station that's just above Survey Camp connects the northwestern and northeastern part of the map. For the moment, Oculus 3, they've got quite a good loot so far. They've picked up good amounts of weaponry. Ammo is going to be a problem here. Survey Camp not known for its team loot. Rather, solo players could make a heaven fortune out of there.
It's not even a loot spot. It's just like an extra space to go for a respawn beacon after your teammates have died in the initial fragment fight. At least that's what I use it for. If my teammates die or if I die in my fragment, my teammates go towards survey camp and not even into survey camp. You know, there's this little train platform that comes up before it.
Yeah,
There's a respawn beacon. That's where my teammates go for the res. Otherwise,
Well-
who goes to survey camp? Who goes to survey camp?
Well, DD7 clearly, very nicely have made me hungry thanks to putting Pani Puri in their name for some reason.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Seriously?
DD7's team name is now DD7 Pani Puri. And while I talk about Pani Puri and getting hungry, it looks like somebody's getting hungry for a kill over here. We have ID taking an initial damage from TDV King SJ as they're slowly moving. And this is the first fragment fight they're probably seeing in probably a day and a half here, Crips.
Yeah.
Ishan walks in, Melina's around the corner as well. And this is probably going to be, well, a very, very monumental fight. What we've been waiting for all this while.
Evil God and his entire team is sitting on the top of the broken building. But look at Kings. He is going in with a flank towards the train station area. Melina, on the other hand, channeling the inner Mortal Kombat specialist, as his name suggests, doing the evasive maneuvers to get into train station. But I don't see the point of this. They could have just stayed towards the bridge and continued fighting, because if they are now inside the train station, they can get assaulted from the top, and there's already a team inside the no-name village, so they're gonna get sandwiched in between. Aim abusers, I think they might have realized that this is the opportunity to sandwich Ishan, Melina and his fellow teammates. As you can see already, there is another team in the taller building on the right-hand side of your screen right now. They must somehow sandwich this team inside the train station and not let them leave.
Yeah,
I hope they don't overextend either.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what exactly Melina and Co were thinking about, because Melina's already gone and so is another one. Wow, that was
Fast.
quick squad wipe. Okay. Then.
I know.
Why
And
would they
it's-
go for that fight and get away? Well, okay, let's talk about that later. We've got Blunder King and Co. Danger Zera coming in over here. And YOLO, well, clearly he wants to live up to his name. He's running straight in for this fight. And aim assist abusers might be in a little bit of trouble over here. They're just recovering from their previous fight. And a little bit of them, a couple of them need to be healed. There comes the ultimate as well. And now the heavens above rain down upon them. And they run away. Oh boy, just about in time.
Well, I'm glad that they are able to get out of trouble. Danger Zera now looking to get an opportunity and somehow, you know, get into aim assist abusers lobby, into their dome. I mean, they somehow escape the Gibraltar defensive bombardment, acting as no factor for them as they fly away across the skies. Most likely will land towards the northwestern edge of Fragment, and I think this is a good place to be in. You can easily camp out all the other teams. Nobody will even assault you and chase you all the way across Fragment east to west. So aim assist abusers in one of the best positions right now, and they avoid that massive cluster of teams that's coming in towards Fragment east.
Yeah. Talking about east, we've got a little bit of northeastern fights happening over here. Play Like Pros have got a bit of action on them. And oh, look at what we've got here. Here's the winners of the previous game, Altkaro Pacho, who are going in for a fight towards the village. And they are trying to get whatever they can out of this. They're still alive, but it looks like they might not be alive for too long here, Chris. They could be on an early release from this game, but Belkun gets one. That's a great kill for him. And they're holding on to their ground. All three of them are pretty damn low. They don't have proper shields to protect them. Neither do they have health, but they are getting up the heals. Calix the God gets in his revival of health and shields. Belkun makes his way as well. And they survive a really nitty-gritty fight over here.
Yeah, they slay Sweaty. The other two teammates of his gone. Evacuated from the area without recovering the banner. So revival is not possible for them. Altkaro Pacho, meanwhile, still holding on to the no-name village with absolute iron grip. And I'm glad that they do so, because this might be one of the places that could be a safe haven for them. Overlook is no longer safe as the circle continues to form around Fragment and nearby vicinities. Altkaro Pacho might have a great position over here, but I kind of want to explore the other teams as well. So, like, if you could, like, see the map or something and see exactly where every team is, that could give us a fair idea of what the rotations are looking like.
Yeah.
No, never mind. Let's focus on ComSpace's team first. They're about to get into a fight. And before I say that, the fight is over. It's done. It's dusted. That battle was happening inside the caves. I saw it from Nixtick's POV. They were fighting that other team inside the cave. And within a matter of seconds, the squad wipe is complete.
Yeah, it is complete. And well, while they do have a good start to the game, just look at the entire map here, Crips. We've got a team inside Harvester who literally have the entire southern zone for themselves. And while there is a team that is actually still near Big Mod, you can see just about at that corner, that tiny little corner towards the southern end.
Yeah, I think that was ComSpace's team. They were the ones that were fighting outside the zone.
Yeah, and here's Pog Champs just about in the zone, and they're taking a heavy fight towards Skyhook. And they are getting away from here. A Watson?
I wouldn't mind a Watson, especially how the last game ended in Skyhook. How sweaty was that? Imagine having an urban finish and the entire area is just perimetered up. That would be so annoying to deal with. And unlike caustic traps, the Watson actually gives you information when somebody breaks your stuff. So, yeah. Like a mini recon legend of sorts.
Yeah, well, the only rotational aspect they have is the jump pad from Fit Assassin. So, hopefully they're going to be trying to keep him constantly getting that ultimate so that they don't run away. Oh, look at that, the Beast. He's going to be a prey over here. Assassin gets a good chunk of damage on him and they might have just knocked him down. He gets them, yes. Assassin finds Beast RG, and that's a push in. Now they're running in towards Mr. Sammy in one clip. And this could be a very good fight for PogChamps to take in and get a couple of points on the back of it. Run into the building, but they don't really find him.
Yeah, they're going to have to go across. Thirst comes through. Beast RG.
Why is he alone? No. Why is he alone here?
I mean, it is difficult to stick together in a city like Skyhook, especially when it's a two-way street, right? If you stick together too much, you have a better chance at winning team fights. But if you spread out more, you have a better chance of gathering information. So, trade-offs. Meanwhile, here we have First Blood going up against their opponents towards the entrance of Countdown. The Arcstar does connect and deals a little bit of damage. But then again, they're going to need a lot more than that if they want to full send it in.
Well, First Blood, they've got good amount of utility, honestly. They've got great shields as well, and they're trying to take fights. Not as much of sights as they would have wanted. Wingman, without any sight, might, be a little difficult to aim with. But here we have Alfie. Not really engaging in the fight as per that they want. No pushes in per se. You know that they've got the zone right about their corner, so they're taking a little slow. And Ninto, quite a bit of damage that he takes in. Of course, they immediately realize that they cannot take this fight anymore. They're running away from backside of
Countdown.
Wow,
I mean, if these guys continue staying in Countdown, I don't really see any red flags. Epicenter, though, this could be interesting. We have YOLO holding the center of Epicenter Tower. Meanwhile, Belkun going up close and personal against 1 HP and friends. HK has also been cracked, so it's gonna be up to Director and 1 HP to somehow make sense of this fight. And they're pushing the other team back towards the bridge. Oh, they are relentless. The bubble has been forced out. This is their golden moment. If they can finish them off before they get a chance to go for the shield reses, that would be great. But Belkun has already yeeted off. He even created a tunnel so that his teammates can take a step further back, regroup, reset. And of course, the team on the top of the bridge has more advantage, right? Because they have better shields and they get out. I wouldn't really blame them for doing so. It was a terrible fight to begin with. Doesn't make sense to pick up a fight over here. Of course, the one advantage of fighting over here is that you won't get third party. But then again, they aren't backing off completely. They're in a compound nearby, closer to survey camp. So I don't really blame them. Because if now Play Like Pros want to initiate a fight against that other team, they're going to have to go through a massive open stretch where the team on top of the Epicenter Tower can also take shots at them from.
Yeah, they most certainly can. And here, Play Like Pros have pressured the winners of the previous game to just, retreat and use 2 ultimates at the same time as well. So that's good, constant pressure. Yeah, that's a good fight to win, I would say, presently at least, not completely. But now they're coming back over here. Look at them. Belkun is just 30 minutes away from them. These guys are not backing out from a fight. They want to now put back what they received, give a taste of their medicine.
There could be a third party arriving in as well. We already can see a team towards the edge of that other compound over there. I would really like to see whether this indeed is a third party that's close enough or it's just on the horizon approaching soon. for now, Belkun and his teammates have figured out that there is a team behind them as well, so they would much rather fight them on the staircases instead of holding the compound that they were in before. But they're sandwiched. How do they get out of this situation? Oh no, Observer, Mr. Observer, please go back to that fight. We don't want to look at hyper-competitive. We want to go back to that triple game fight. Yes, there it is. And this should give you a fair idea of what's exactly happening.
Yeah, look at this though. There's two teams standing across each other, and they are in towards well, fairly defensive spots. They've got cover, but this is probably going to be deciding what exactly ends up being the pace of the game now. We can see that there's another team, like we said, that is YOLO and Co, who are in towards the center of epicenter, and they've got a tail as well on either side. Crips, they've got teams across every single corner.
Yeah.
While Toby and Co, which is Boys PK, haven't really made their way into epicenter. They don't know that these guys are sitting on top of there. But now look at who's moving in. Somebody's actually walking into epicenter, and that could give YOLO a free kill. There's 1 HP. He spotted them out, and this is the firing range that they need. 1 HP is going to probably go down to 1 HP. He survives just about thanks to his ultimate. And this is where they get pushed in from both sides. Oh boy.
Yeah, he used the tactical to get away, and that's impressive because he doesn't have the tactical available anymore for the next 30-something seconds. Meanwhile, the defensive bombardment from Belkun and his teammates is already here. They force the other team into the center of the bridge, and there they can just get completely shattered by the amount of stuns that are being thrown at them. Meanwhile, Danger Zone, Blunder, they just continue to chill. Look at the next zone though. The 4th zone puts that team, Blunder's team, in the best possible position. But here we have a fight inside the dome. Isolated, which means no third parties are possible. Director is just trying to run away, play for the placement points. And meanwhile, as soon as he tries to do so, the other team will shoot him down. Even 1 HP's team doesn't survive that. So both the teams ended up dying over there. It's like a zero-sum game. Belkun and his friends are probably the happiest right now because they were able to get a majority of those frags. And they can continue to be in the zone. All they have to do is move a little towards the left-hand side.
I do have a question though, Crips. There is one player on the bottom end of that left side where we can see Shared Erotor. Who is he?
We'll find out soon enough, I guess.
He's just stuck in that corner over there. I think he's the only one surviving from his team. And he's just playing very, very quietly for positional points. He's been there for quite a while now.
Ratting at its finest. And it's a very sticky situation to be in. Oh, the moment you say his name, Universe, he gets killed by Calyx the Goat.
Oh boy.
Castus Curse? Question mark, question mark?
Castus Curse. Could be, but right now it looks like who are making use of this curse very well are Alt Karo Pacho. And they have got a good grasp of the game right now. They did have a little bit of pressure put on them. They're getting away pretty easily. And while we can see that even Boys PK are making a good amount of push towards every single team. They've taken out Black. They've done a good amount of damage onto one of the teams could be one of the winners of this game. But while the zone keeps closing in, there's a fight happening on the northern side of the circle, and this is Fit Assassin and Co. They're going straight in. Zodiac, they're taking pressure, and they're on top of things over here. Toby is standing on a rock, which, well, gives him an advantage of sorts, and he's just firing down people from the top. Goes down with the dome as well, and this fight is just really, really chaotic, uncanny. Moving in and out. There's only one player alive. Popo. There's no way
he's going to be shut down as well. So that's one fight ended. Meanwhile, while that fight was happening, we missed out on one of the most important storylines. Team Hyper Competitive is out. They have died. Finished. This lobby is wide open for everyone for the taking. Mr. Engineer just surviving by the skin of his teeth. Nah, the moment I say his name, it's Kaz Miller who shoots him down. But there's still hope. There is a respawn beacon right next to them. I don't know if they'll get to use it, but they can at least have a shot. Prince and Headshot Freak just trying to move into the zone as quickly as possible. They might as well just end up using their Bloodhound ultimate as a speed boost. Of course, there's too many teams for him to scan, and they are getting cornered, plummeted to the ends of the earth. They have absolutely no place left to go, and almost all of them are dead. There's an Akstar right underneath him. Has to go into the void to avoid damage, and into the building he goes. Very difficult to defend this position, especially because there's so many doorways and there's like 3 teams pushing at the same time, but the wingman shots not good enough. One Clip is the one who puts him out of his misery, and he is the kill leader with 7 frags. Augless 3 looking absolutely promising right now.
Yeah, and they've got so much. Look at the amount of loot. What the hell is that?
They have death boxes. They have a black market. The black market's big enough to cover half the zone. And they have an Ash, which means they get information about every death in the game. I think Oculus 3 can easily win this entire match.
Yeah, they've got prime positioning right now. The edge of the circle as well. And they have got whatever they need right now. One shield loses, they go and swap it out for another.
Yeah, they don't even want to heal.
Yeah, they don't need to heal, but they are going to be giving damage to other people and forcing them to heal. One clip and Just Rage trying to give as much damage as they can while they receive a lot. Oh boy, that could have been a little bit of a dirty fight for him. Just Rage just gets about through there. But thanks to the black market, shield batteries for days for him.
Oh no, look at Cosmilla's team. They have a Seer in their team and they have just used the focus of attention on Man of Fire, Toby and Zodiac. So those two teams are now aware about each other's positions. That kind of spells good news for Oculus 3 because as long as those two teams keep fighting each other, Oculus 3 are chilling, they are happy. They're on the edge of the zone. They'll probably have to relinquish this compound towards the end of the circle, but there's still 30 seconds for that and most likely someone else will end up dying before they do. Although Bunny Mao, she's surviving as the lone member of her team. Is she the lone member or is there anyone else along with her?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe there could be another one, but what I do want to put a focus on right now still is that Alt Karo Pancho are well and alive here, Crips, and they've taken over quite a bit of the zone there. While they are on the outskirts of it, them moving in, they've got Belkun towards one region, and here they are. They're on top of a tower, which, oh boy, gives them quite a lot of cover to play with as well. Calyx, he knows that there's nobody behind him. They're for sure there's nobody behind them. And they are just playing along with the fields right now. There go the rockets from him. They're just trying to focus as much of their firing power to keep their opponents at bay.
And look at the stretch out as well. You have Belkun at the bottom, who's going to be the first point of contact. And since he's a Wraith, he can easily bait himself and force the other teams to overextend. Meanwhile, Nyxtix and Calyx the Goat are on two separate rocks on a great amount of height.
Yeah.
So that gives them quite a lot of vision.
Yeah, exactly. The minute he gets them out of, gets them into range, those two guys are just going to absolutely spray them down. And there's no way they're going to be getting out of there. But Altkaro Pacho need to be careful about their zone procedures because how they move around has been about the individual movement that they take across the places. Now that Seer ultimate comes through onto the other side of the game.
Oh my god.
And does give them a bit of damage. Not too much though, but those fights are going to be very heavily focused. While Altkaro Pacho can just sit and wait. Passive damage is all they're going to be having to give at this point.
Exactly. And they don't even need to worry because they've got the high ground. Now there's two teams over there who are fully stacked with 3 members each. Meanwhile, Bunny Mao and her team might be looking a little weak over here because they're lacking members. Although, I do believe that Cosmilla can make a difference over here. He's gone undetected as Toby tries to encroach into that house. And as they are knocking on the doors, they need at least one scan to go through. Somehow, amidst all this chaos, Bunny Mao has gone undetected. And yeah, I'm just still surprised.
Where is she?
Inside the house on that other side. Nobody's entering the house. Of course, nobody would want to.
They are inside the house though. Cosmilla's inside there.
Well, then maybe the rest of the team is also there then. I forgot who her teammates were. Either way, Island Guys is the team that she represents. Up against them is Zodiac and the rest of Boys PK, who are still knocking on the doors of that very same compound. And as soon as that fight ends, One Clip will most likely go ahead and try to third party on this one. But Boys PK, will they even get a chance? Now the fight is started. Bunny Mao and Nyx Pizza, they're in a lot of trouble. Both of them get knocked down. It's just down to the last third player. And as they try to find the lone survivor, Boys PK get a grim reminder that there are other teams in the vicinity and they would much rather have to fall back and reset before they are forced to relinquish this compound and go into the zone.
Yeah, Boys PK, they're again in the same situation as they were before. This time it's Altkaro Pancho against them. And now they would hope to win this fight. They're not going to give this away a second time in a row because this is just going to be really, really, really unfortunate for them. They've built up quite a number of, fights over here. All five of them have been detected. They know exactly where they are. And they've got Zodiac going in for another extended push, which is what he did last time. I really hope that doesn't happen again. But here's the ultimate coming from the other side as well. It's a lot of damage being given. The defensive bombardment is going to get them as well as the grenades. They have to get back into the house, but the zone's going to be clipping them inside. The dome comes through. And look at the advantage that the height gives Altkaro Pancho.
There's another defensive bombardment committed. So almost every Gibraltar is throwing out his ultimate right now. 3 versus 3 versus 2. Boys PK have all their members alive, and so does One Clip and Friends. But the other team, though, I can't really say the same about them. And now they're facing one of the weaker teams as they swing around the left-hand side. The first squad dies. Boys PK have a great chance of winning this time. But from the top, they make it drop, and Pacho wins their second game in a row. Not exactly in a row, but second game of the day. My goodness, what a performance from them. Using the height to their advantage like absolute madmen, not giving a single inch of the ground to anyone else. If there's a piece of cover, they're gonna flush out the opponents by using thermites or using the defensive bombardment. They forced out the Gibby domes from their other enemies as well, and that's what made everybody else vulnerable.
Yeah, last time with the crypto, this time with the Wraith, these guys are absolutely on fire. They know exactly how to work their compositions. They know how to take positions that are going to be heavily deterrent to, them losing out the game and or, heavily punishing to the opponents, because they just have these, height advantages thanks to that Valkyrie just flying around, finding like, Calix just did. He was sitting on top of a ledge of that crane. Like, you can't get up there unless you're a Valkyrie. So well done by these guys. Giving that passive fire was probably what they needed. Let one team come into them, but when the other team was pushing in, they were still ready for that. Immediately got on to Boys PK, and the same way it happened the last time happens again. Literally the same situation. Alticoro Pancho take fights against both teams, and they still win.
Yeah, except
At this
time
point,
they
they're
didn't
just
have a
flexing.
Yeah, they're
Aren't
flexing.
they? They're just flexing at this point because they know for a fact that even if they go out and try and get those fights, they're going to come out on top because they have that confidence, they're rolling with the momentum, and they also have the skill to back up that cockiness that they have when they go out there and try and take fights. But Crips, how do you break this down, right? Because all in all, it's just been a phenomenal performance from them.
Yeah, it indeed has been. And I would like to really think about what was going on in their minds during the mid game, because at that time they did not have that crane position which they did in the last few zones. So they must have had to stick it out somewhere else, figure out where their opponents are, chart a safe rotation path, and then get into that crane area. Because while we think that that high ground is like the know all end all of the circles, you have to consider that they were very vulnerable from behind them. So they first need to figure out if there are any backstabbers, if there are any stragglers or lone survivors from other teams who are just trying to rat their way into placement points. They have to clear all of that out and then put their Valkyrie on top of that crane. And even while she was on top of the Wraith was busy lurking around the bottom side, busy punching in and out of the void, trying to bait the other teammates into fighting each other. So that itself also shows that they aren't just dependent on the zone and their own position, but they are also proactively baiting out mistakes from their opponents.
That is true, and it's not just about baiting on mistakes, right? Because as stupid as that statement sounds, it's actually true. If you keep if you keep the pressure up, and if you keep on pushing the other team on the brink of the full, how the best way to explain this would be to force them to fight, to force them to operate at 110%. That is when you can bait out mistakes. That is when you can force out mistakes, and this team excels at capitalizing on all of them. Universe, we've seen a lot of these plays which might seem overly aggressive, but they're just making sure that any team that picks a fight against them is operating at absolute 100%, so that they can try and fish out the mistakes and capitalize on them.
Yeah, I think that Alcaro Pancho have got this very interesting playstyle where they're not afraid of fights, and no matter how many people come at them, they've got a way to maneuver against it. They've got a way to get away from there, which we saw in the fight that they were having against Director and Co on the bridge as well, One Clip and people, where they were forced back immediately and they took the Wraith portal, went back right next to the zone, took the Valkyrie ultimate, went on the other side of the same bridge and forced their opponents to take. That was such a cool maneuver that they had. They forced their opponents to come towards the edge of the circle. They went towards the other side and then they started pressuring them. Eventually, they got completely destroyed by the team that was right in between Epicenter and them. They went into a heavy crossfire, and hashtag YOLO just lived up to his name. And Belkun and Co were very happy with getting the 2 frags on that bridge, and the third one might have given it away. The way that these guys play, Alticaro Pancho has not just got sheer firepower written on their name. It's also got mind games that they actually have very good utilization of.
Oh, absolutely. And this also goes on to show the understanding of not just the game, but the understanding of mindsets, right? Because you have to understand how does a player operate, right? If you are in that position, how do you take a certain decision and try and act on it? You need to be two steps ahead of your opposition, and that's something that these guys have been doing really, really well. Not just with their own positioning, but also trying to anticipate what the opposition is going to do, and they've just been playing really, really well. But apart from this one team, right, Crips, in the last game, what are the players and what are the teams stood out for you? Because there was one player that absolutely stood out for me was Bunny Mao, because I've seen her play before, and it's a valiant effort that she put in.
Yeah, I mean, she was lacking team members. I think it was just a two-man team. It was Bunny Mao and Nick's Pizza. I did not spot that third, so I assume they must have lost that player early on. So, with the man disadvantage, with a relatively bad position, because inside that compound that you're stuck in, you can't leave. You're just stuck in there for good. And it's not even like they have any defensive characters like a Caustic or a Watson. So they have to stick it out over there. They have no other choice. And then when the zone rolls in, you have Boys PK fighting along with you. You have Bun Clip and teammates also contesting in the vicinity. Anyone just opens the door and they'll find them just sitting there, ducks there.
Well, it's so interesting to see, right? With the sort of mentality that they've played with. Nobody wants to back out of a fight. Nobody wants to just step away. Sure, there might be players who have a very passive play style, but none of these players are shying away from a fight universe.
Yeah, they definitely are, and then that's what I mentioned earlier as well. That these guys, if a fight does come to them, and if they do have to retreat, they're not going to go completely away from it. They're just going to go, just get a little bit of a rest period where they heal up, they get their shields back online, and they immediately start pressuring that team who were doing the same to them. And that's what I said earlier as well. They were giving them a taste of their own medicine. The minute that zone covered bridge was coming in, they went away from there, but not too far away. And then Berkun immediately put on, the afterburners, and he went ahead and put them into pressure where they were forced to rotate. So these guys clearly know what they're doing in terms of, taking a fight. They're not afraid, no matter who it is in front of them. These guys just go head up and say, you know what, no, you move. And that's kind of a really good mentality to have, that whoever is in front of you, you don't care, you don't see their names, you don't see who they are, you don't see what legends they're donning. You just want to take names and kick some butt.
I like the hesitation before he said that. You're like, wait, is this going to be appropriate? You know what? We do have some kick-ass players, and they are doing exactly that. They're playing really, really well, and they rightly so, right? Because they've actually put in time, they've actually put in the hours to be here and showcase their skills. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to hop right into the matchup and see what the last game of the day has to offer for us. Tomorrow, of course, we have 6 more games, and of course, the culmination of all the matches that we've had. And then finally, we'll have a champion, legendary team that might just come out of this, the legends which will come out on top. But for now, we're going to move on to the 6th game and see what happens in the game and what do they have in store for us. So, Crips, Universe, let's have fun. That's it.
Now, let's have some fun indeed. I was hoping we'll get to see a little bit more from hyper competitive, considering this was like a golden chance for them, right? All the other teams that are anywhere close to them in terms of points were not present in the lobby. And sure, they got a lot of kills. I think they wiped out 3 squads. But then after that, they failed to enter the top 5, which is kind of sad. Imagine having 9 kill points, but barely any placements. If they would have been able to combine them both together, this would have been a bonkers game for hyper competitive. But I think they have another chance. So let's just stay put and see what they have to offer.
Well, I've just been told that the lobby might just take a minute more because I do believe there was a disconnection from one of the players, so they're just trying to get them back in. No, but listen, you can't stop us from talking, right? Because we have a lot to talk about, we have a lot of banter to have as well. But here's a question: who do you think are going to be a not even top 10, but which teams do you believe can make it to the top 5 in the last game?
Hey, I've answered all the questions first, so Universe, this time it's your turn.
Well, I would say that it has to be the same teams. Alcor Pancho are definitely going to be right up there. I think that they have got a good understanding of how they need to play, and I think the entire lobby they know how exactly and who exactly their opponents are. So I think they're doing pretty well. Boys PK consistently finishing top 2 has given them a little bit of punch as well. I think that this time, if they do end up coming to the final circle again against Alcor Pancho, I think that this time they shouldn't let it go. Not have a irrational move pushing in with one player and then the remaining 2 lagging behind in supporting them. So I'm still going to say that the same 2 are going to be probably in the top 5 at least.
I think DT7 can easily make it into the top 5. Their playstyle is pretty solid. They avoid all the fights which they don't have an instant advantage in. If they find a knock, then they go right in. No doubt about that. But then again, everyone else, uh, they just don't have the same amount of willingness to fight. The only team who I think is actively picking up fights and committing to it is hyper competitive, and to some extent play like pros. They are the only teams who are actively looking to fight early game as well, whereas everyone else more or less sticks along towards the end game and they try to play for the final circles.
Yeah, that has been quite the nature of the game here. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day. It is going to be quite a amazing one. It's been quite a great day today as well. We've seen very, very competitive games so far, and a huge number of teams, like at least 6 to 7 teams, who have been at the top of their game today. And while we do head into the final time into World's Edge, let's have a look at where exactly these teams are going to be going. We've got Bad Legends moving into a Skyhook, and they've got already a competition right about there. Hot Waitress and Co. moving in towards Countdown, and they have Lone with them as well. Lone, Sentinel have all gotten down there. So this is going to be a difficult one for them in Countdown. Lava Fisher and Countdown just about to be contested. And it looks like it's a very southern focused map right now, isn't it, Crips?
Yeah, so many teams dropping down towards the south. We have Narbakshi Panda. I'm not sure if I'm even saying that correctly.
Yep.
So those guys are in Thermal Station, the high tier loot zone. We have one team in Launch Pad, which is launch side. Those were the same players who were there in the last game as well. Meanwhile, in Skyhook, Bad Legends are going at it against our boys 1 HP Director and KHB.
Yeah, DT7 are just about, on the other side of this region. They're in the next point of attraction. But here, Bad Legends, early fight, they've kind of been in that range itself. They've taken early fights and they've kind of actually, died out in the first 5 squads to be wiped out as well across, I think, 2 or 3 games. That's not been good for them, and I think them taking an early fight might just be a problem for them, as there's practically no placement points that they will find if they die out in the first 2 or 3 teams.
Yeah.
So need to keep themselves alive for a bit, find loot, just stay a little low. Don't take fights that you unnecessarily know that you might just end up losing unless you have an advantage. And well, they can hope for the best at this point.
I mean, I was good kill by King. I'll make my point later on. TT7 on the verge of getting knocked out once again, but Vampire with the drop shot climbs up on that little ledge and goes for the Peacekeeper. Ishan now trying to come in time, but he won't be able to find any of the fallen teammates. There's still one more player left, but they need to find him. And meanwhile, he tries to come up from the top. TT7 on the verge of losing this one. Bad Legends might actually walk away with the win this time. It's just a 1v1, but no, the Rampart loses. It's up to Melina to follow up, and he gets that kill.
Home to Mirage.
Whew. So close. Alright, now that I'm, done with this fight, I have to make my point. I was criticizing their legend choices last time, naturally, because they are a team called Bad Legends. I even criticized lifelines in the lobby. Now answer me this, universe.
Yeah.
Who?
I know.
Who the hell plays Rampart?
To be honest, I'll give it in just one sentence. Everybody has their preferences, so I guess it's an individual thing that he might like to play Rampart. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's everything wrong with Rampart.
I mean, to each his own, I guess. Let the man be.
Fine, universe. You convinced me to not criticize the legend choices. I hope that I don't have to criticize their decision making, because for now there is another team approaching their vicinity. In fact, there are 2 teams in the vicinity. We finally got to see one team go into Bloodhound Trials. That's probably Neil DPS and his teammate. I only see 2 of them, so I wonder where that third player is. Meanwhile, Skyhook is about to see some action once more.
Yeah, they most certainly are, and
even Big Mod for that matter. There's 2 teams in that region as well, so there could be another fight over there also.
Yeah, there's quite a number of teams between Harvester and Lava Siphon. I think there's going to be quite a number of fights happening in the southern side of region. Here we are, MDC's around the corner. They spotted one, I think, on top of the roof. On Lava
Yeah, but
Siphon.
they're kind of spread out over here, aren't they? I mean, the Gibraltar and the Bloodhound are like close to each other, but Mr. Engineer over here, he's away from his team and he's getting shot down. Prince has been already destroyed. He sees a couple of enemies in front of him, but I don't think he has any choice but to continue moving into a safer spot. Meanwhile, he's left Mr. Headshot Freak to fend off for himself. There's Belkun and his teammates hunting his teammate down, but nah, Galax Good will be the one to get that final shot onto Headshot Freaks. Mr. Engineer spraying and praying, and he won't need to pray anymore because he's been sent back to his maker. Oh no, Alcoropacho now. The other one's getting third party. The action doesn't end. It's up to Belkun to somehow find a kill against Poop, and he's able to do so. The Mastiff comes through at the right time. Does he have it in him to go ahead and find the squad right? Yes, he does. Popo, YOLO, and Maidenless have also been eliminated, so that's a third team. But a fourth party has arrived. They can't revive Calyx the Goat. They just have to recover the banner and somehow run inside of this building.
Wow, that was quite an expensive and chaotic one over there. They could have been, taken out pretty easily. There was a squad wipe that comes through with one. Alcoropacho though, oh boy, Nick Sticks. He's the only one left and this is going to be trouble. And that's it. The champions, two-time champions, have left in the 13th spot, and that is a huge blow for them.
Yeah, but at least they got some points out of it. They were able to kill one of the teams, so at least they don't have 0 points. But then again, a fifth party situation in Lava Siphon is not at all a surprise. I expected this place to be a lot more sweatier in the previous games as well, but we are only about to see Lava Siphon action in this one. Comspace, on the other hand, taking Lava City into their own hands. He's already finished off Blunder King, thirsted the kill as well. Now to find the remaining 2 teammates of that guy.
Hyper competitive. Look like they want to secure this entire zone all for themselves. They're right next to the circle as well, so they've got everything that they need in terms of rotational, adjustments. While I don't expect anybody to be close to them at the moment, here's one HR13 trying to get a little bit something done. They've already lost one. They're going to be losing the second, and Rishi Malik, the only man left. That's it. That's the end of 1HR13 as Boys PK survive and dominate once again.
Yeah, and they were doing so well. They were able to kill one of the members of, I believe it was the champion squad. And then they are able to get another squad wipe now. So things are looking up for them.
They most certainly are. 10 squads left, ladies and gentlemen. And that's actually kind of surprising given the stature of our circle. And so far, all the games have been where we've seen about 11 squads left until the 4th circle. So this is quite an early decimation of quite a number of teams across the entire map, actually.
I mean, this might just be one of those games which doesn't end in a pretty sweaty way, because for the first time in the entire day, we are seeing just 10 squads left at the end of the first circle.
Exactly.
This game finally resembles one of the pubs that I play.
Yeah, I mean, people just go randomly crashing towards these high-octane, high-spot, heat-seeking places, basically. Center of the zone, try and go and get as much kills as possible. And that ends up being, a little bit too difficult for them to get out of. Hence, we have the low number of squads left. But here, the ring is just starting to close in, Crips. And this is so uncanny of all the games that we've seen across both the days.
Oh no, Landslide, always one of the worst spots to get caught in the rotation. It's Auglis 3 who's found another team on the other end. And it's gonna be Pro-Sifs. Apologies if I don't pronounce that name correctly, but Mr. Waitress over there trying to go ahead into that trailer, and that trailer is kind of outside the zone, so they might be taking a little bit of zone damage, although it's just the second one, so that shouldn't bother them all that much. But then again, getting gate-kept by a team like Auglis 3 is a daunting task. What they can do is use the Valkyrie to get away, and of course they're going to do that. It's like the only option they had. But where do they go after this? If they try to go towards Thermal Station, there might be a team waiting for them. In fact, they don't even have the range to get all the way to staging. Yeah, they're most likely going to be chased by Auglis 3. But at least they'll have enough time to reset. Or will they? There's Neil DPS and his boys waiting on that other side. No, they're a bit too far away. So there is enough time for the Valkyrie team to reset and continue fighting. Auglis 3, they have a choice to make. Do they continue going down this road where they know for a fact that they're going to get gate kept? Or do they go around the other side, use the tunnel to then link up with Harvester?
Well, they might just go into the tunnel because I think that's the only spot right now for them. They have rotated away, so there's other place that they can try and look forward to. If they want to go under the tunnel and not the upper one, I would be a little surprised because there are teams on the other end of this as well. You can spot them.
They're using the other tunnel.
There's also a vault available which the Loba can exploit if they just hold on for a little while.
Might have done that already. Either way, the thing over here is they have two choices, right? One tunnel leads to Harvester, the other one leads to Fragment. Which one are they gonna pick? Choose your poison, because both those options are equally risky. There's FV and his team waiting in Harvester. There's surprisingly nobody else in Fragment, so this might just be a safe rotation for them. And if they can then hang a right via the lava passing or go further ahead towards the geyser, they're gonna find an even more empty spot to rotate in from. Meanwhile, in the smack center of Lava Siphon, we have Comp Space going up against another team. This is Boys PK versus Hyper Competitive.
Oh, this is going to be a really, really important fight probably for the entirety of this matchup. I think that if one team here goes down, which could be Hyper Competitive, they're taking so much damage in. And it doesn't look like Man of Fire wants to let them survive. He goes right behind them. Devanshu's on the outside. He waits for the scan to come in. He spots him out. And he's gonna go right in for this fight. Devanshu trying to run away as fast as he can. Goes down, sheets cracked, and they're trying to survive for as much as they can. Hyper Competitive. Need to be careful here. Heavy pressure being put on them. But there's a third party. There comes a third party, Crips.
That's exactly what I was worried about. Hyper Competitive somehow managed to get out of that action, but they aren't completely out of danger yet. They have to hold on to this little door, this little room, because there's teams on either side of it, and they don't have any defensive legends at all except for the Gibby. How are they going to get out of this? Do they even want to get out of this in the first place, or do they just want to continue holding inside and somehow holding their ground, guarding themselves? Here you go. Boys PK are tired of waiting. They go in for the full sense. They get one knock. A grab. A little gap inside the door enables him to get the 99 damage PK shot. And Zodiac is on fire. He's got 2 kills already. Last man standing for Hyper Competitive. And he's going to meet his maker as well. The boys win this game flawlessly. But here comes the third party. It's Strider and gang rolling up now.
Oh boy. What a great fight to win over there. Boys PK are just so invincible at the moment. And having one of their main competitors out of the game right now, Altcaro Pacho, this should be theirs to win, Chris. They are absolutely on fire.
Didn't they kill Hyper Competitive now, not Altcaro Pacho?
No, I said Altcaro Pacho are already out. They left.
Oh yeah, of course.
Go.
Of course, yeah, of course. So yeah, this game is wide for the taking. They messed up that third game against Altcaro Pacho because of the overextension of Zodiac, but he's more than made up for it. Right now, they are pulling up against Island Boys. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's Augles 3 trying to take a fight against Affy on the edge of the S tunnel. Can they get the knock though? Nitro on the verge of getting knocked out. This devotion with the turbocharger is such a dangerous weapon to go against.
Yo, if I was on the other end of that, I swear I would just hit Alt F4.
Yeah, that's a
devotion
falling weapon.
Such an annoying weapon to deal against. Look at this. Like, he's just got so much control over that weapon, and that's great. I mean, it does get hit down. 1 HP, Race gets away. Oh my god, that was...
Oof, a clutch phase breach.
Yeah.
A super clutch phase breach from Just Raged over there. But now that he's used up his ultimate, I am very happy because it recharges pretty quickly. It's one of the faster ultimates that recharges as compared to the Gibby and the Valcult. But now that they are towards the northern side of Lava Siphon, they can easily find a way inside if they use the tunnels or if they just walk into the center building of Lava Siphon. Either way, Boys PK are also in a decent spot. They've got the northern edge of Launchpad under their own control. This gives them a line of sight onto teams like Play Like Pros. It gives them a line of sight onto, I believe that's 1H. Who's that other team? I can't remember their name, but it's Panda's team basically.
Yeah, I'm not quite... Yeah, I don't remember the name perfectly. I think that is... Oh, no, they're taking a fight already. One clip and Nabakshi Panda, they're right there. And here's Play Like Pros as well, trying to put on their pressure onto the game. There's a heavy fight right on that very steep edge. This rotation might have got them a little bit. There goes the Arc Stars as well. They're trying to get them as much as possible to maybe slide down, get a little bit of damage done. And now with that scan, Well, oh, okay, never mind. They're not actually choosing to push it.
Yeah, they shouldn't. They really, really shouldn't. If they start fighting over here right now, then that team who has the window in Launchpad, I believe we just saw them on the screen a couple of seconds ago. They might end up third-partying this one. So this is going to be a long-range fight with both the teams just wanting to get into the next ring, because this is the third ring. You can't afford to stay outside for too long. Meanwhile, Play Like Pros have now put quite a lot of distance in between them and their opponents. Although one clip is just hanging around while the rest of his team has already taken an exit. I don't like this. As long as they can get regrouped together later on, it should be fine. And especially when one clip is playing a movement legend like that, he shouldn't have any problems. The the right hand side building of Lava Siphon is also a great place to camp, especially in a zone like this. So they're safe for now. Play Like Pros, if they continue to force the issue, they might just end up just expending their own ammo and their heals, and they're already starting to run out of it. There's no replicators around them either, so that they can't get those resources back. It's better to just cut their losses short and hold on. Now, let's take a look at the map, and I think that should give us a good idea as to where all the teams are.
Yeah, I think that, with 6 squads left and we're approaching the inner end of the circle, here we've got squads completely move on. Look at Neil, DPS, and Gang, though. They're right behind that hot waitress, and that's quite a sentence.
Hold on. Okay, forget about how wrong that sounds. My main concern over here is Boys PK have left launch site, and instead of swinging left, which takes them into Cars Miller and Bunny Mouse team, they are going straight into the Lava Siphon building. This is a very risky maneuver. They want violence, and they are thick in the middle of it. The fight between 1 HP and 1 clip has just started, but Play Like Pros might just look to exit this region. A great decision, in my opinion. They would much rather go into one of those compounds in 3 and wait it out, rather than be caught in the wrong end of a brutal crossfire between 3 teams and them.
Yeah, and they do get the valley for themselves. They're able to go to the valley, but that's still not in the zone completely. So they have to end up a little bit in a, pickle. They're going to be in a difficult position because they've got teams right in front of them as well. And they've got already a Seer trying to get them down. Play Like Pros are in a very, very controversial position right now. They're not going to be able to get out of here without taking in a little bit of fire. And they might have made a good decision to run away from there, but not the best decision to actually find themselves a good position, Crips.
I think it's not the worst decision yet, given the situation that they were in. I would much rather have Play Like Pros play this trailer. 5 teams left now. One of the teams has already died. Play Like Pros on the southern edge have nobody behind them, so at least they don't have to worry about backstabs. They have a clean line of sight onto the high ground that they are currently shooting at. But then again, those teams, Boys PK on the other hand, they're quite split up, aren't they? They're fighting Play Like Pros from the high ground. That's just one of their players. The other guy is still towards Lava Siphon, and they haven't started making a move into the circle yet. If Boys PK don't make a move and get a compound to call home right now, they're gonna be in trouble. Oh wait, this zone actually does favor this position. It's just on the border, but they can still hold on.
Yeah, that Raids portal is what they're waiting for, hoping that somebody just walks through it, and Zodiac is having a look at it. They're inside the trailer. Director, HKD, they're having huge amounts of fire being thrown onto them, and here comes the Seer as well. This is just being pincered in towards that little trailer, and that just could be their end. Lot of fire being taken. They're still alive somehow. Not for too long though. Oh boy, okay. Dopey. He gets one, Director goes down, looking for the second, 1 HP, still surviving, and so is HKD. How is this happening? Finally they go down. And that's gonna be another 1 squad wipe for Boys PK. What a great push from them.
And what a timely push as well. They knew that they couldn't hold on to the high ground position for too long. They had to take this trailer compound to get some leg into the ground. And not just leg, they are grave deep, 6 feet, looting the graves of their enemies, and let's see if they can continue moving further. One team detected, that is Island Boys inside the house right now. On the left hand side, there is another team further back towards the tree branch, and another on the right. Boys PK have information on 2 of the 3 opponents that are still surviving. But once again, Island Boys, that is Bunny Mao, Kazmil, and Nix Pizza, these guys have probably the best location in the entire game. The only compound that's available for cover. And they have a seer as well who has the ultimate. If any of the teams decide to approach this compound, that seer will throw his heart out and scan everybody else. And it's going to be difficult to break that heart too. So the scan will not be interrupted.
Yeah, it most certainly won't, and that's going to be a little bit problematic for the teams around him. Boys PK still aware of this, and they're not really keen on pushing this in. They know that the Sears around, and it's only 4 squads left now. They're playing this very, very passive Cars Miller and co. Bunny Mouse still alive as well. And oh, the Seer comes in. There's one detected. Man on fire.
And at this point, Bunny Mao and her teammates have figured out the locations of every single team. They have used the focus of attention on all the players, so they are aware and they know for a fact that they have the best real estate in this location. I hope there's no brokers around. Haha. Get it? It's a real estate joke. Forget it. No. Forget it. Either way, they're holding one of the round areas of this house. The connecting tunnel in between has no players inside. That means Boys Speaking can still get in. But do they want to? I don't think so. They're going to be much more happier on the outskirts, picking off the kills and chipping away at damage. Maybe even getting a knock or two, rather than going inside and full sending it in without any information.
Well, it's just 3 squads left now. Boys PK, again, prime position. They could be the ones to take this game. Finally, things look like it's in their favor. Unless Island guys yet again are able to maybe some sort of cause an upset. You never know what could happen here. They are in a good position. They're in prime position. They've got cover for days over here. Nobody can even breach that compound unless they themselves peek out. That's exactly what's happening. Island guys trying to keep their opponents humble, not let them push in any closer, keeping an eye on every single looking corner. While the circle is very, very small, it's going to be shrinking in further. The one thing that Island guys need to keep in mind that they are in the closer end of the circle, being closing into them in towards the compound. Nick's Pizza, well, he might become the pizza piece himself. He takes a lot of damage and now they're going to force to heal.
Oh, I'm feeling a little nervous about this one, Universe. They decide not to play inside the compound, but they're trying to go on the roof of it. I don't know how this will end up for them because they're gonna be quite vulnerable on the outskirts. At least one of the players should be inside. That's gonna be the prime strategy over here. But luckily for them, Boys PK have decided to focus on the other team instead. It's Beast RG and Neil DPS who are now in trouble. From the top, they're gonna get as many kills as possible, but they don't get any points for that. No kill steals possible in this little location. Island guys, they have waited long enough. The second team has now died. This is the prime time to full send it in and battle out their opponents as much as possible, but the HP advantage lies with Boys PK, and this could be yet another chance that they win the game. All 3 of them scanned, healing interrupted, but hey, they don't need the healing. Here comes the Gibraltar ultimate, and that's gonna instantly knock out Bunny Mao. Even Nick's Pizza is so low on HP. He doesn't have his dome available for the next 18 seconds, and this could be the advantage that they've been looking for. They move inside, and Boys PK are the champions.
Wow, that was quite a play over there. That, that ultimate did touch Cars Miller just by an edge. And the minute he went down, they realized, okay, this is it, push or die. And they completely went ahead and destroyed their opponents. Hyper competitive, they completely wiped them out. Unfortunately for Alt Karo Pancho, they were completely wiped out in the early stages of the game itself. They finished on 13th. And this is Boys PK consistently, Cribs, finishing in the top 2. Second, and now first. That's going to throw them right on top of the table. Maybe, get them probably a very easy and safe spot in the finals.
And they had so many kills as well. The Bloodhound alone had 8 kills before he participated in the final fight. So that's like 20 points in the bag already. Plus, his teammates might have a few kills of their own. So you add that and you have a big number.
Indeed.
Well, talking about numbers, right, we will crunch the numbers and have a look at the scorecard eventually. But for all the viewers who've been watching, of course, we have a lot of things. And we have a giveaway as well for you, which we will talk about in a bit. But we will dissect the game even more. But here's a question which you need to answer in the YouTube chat. What's the gaming series of Colorful called? Answer with the right question. And of course, you are going to walk away with a decent chunk of goodies, including a GPU holder, a fanny pack, or a waist pack, and a mouse pad. And of course, we're trying to bring back the fanny packs in fashion. But Trips, Universe, what do you make of this? The last game, action-packed, no doubt. wonderful second day. As a matter of fact, much more smoother, much better. We saw great quality of matches as well. What do you have to say? And what are your expectations for tomorrow, Crips, starting with you?
So I kind of feel bad that the Island Boys decided to go towards the top of their compound, fighting from the roof instead of fighting inside. That's what made them vulnerable to that defensive bombardment. That's what got the Seer knocked out. That's what broke the Gibby, almost boiled him down to like 1 HP or something. Bunny Mouse stood no chance in that defensive bombardment. And yeah, I just can't help but think how different things would have been if they stayed inside the compound, and then all the Gibby ultimates would have been useless. But then again, I can't blame them, because if you're stuck inside the compound and they start throwing grenades at you, there's nowhere left for you to go. So,
Indeed.
it's like choosing between the lesser of evils
Oh well, that's a story, and that's a team
that you're
we've
too
been.
familiar with, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, no, not really. But the point is that it's always going to be that you can always hope for the best, and in a utopian world, you might get the best, but you don't always get that in real life, and it's tough. It's tough, and especially when you're competing, right? Because things will not always go your way, and you will have to go out of your way and try and figure out a contingency plan and actually act on it, and try and walk away with the victory. At least be as consistent as you can, and not just have a good game and then have a bad game and then have a good game. It's not going to help you, because the average points are going to be pulled lower and lower. Even if you don't win a single match but you end up in the top 3 every single game, that still
Exactly.
could
Exactly.
potentially win you the tournament, universe.
Yeah, it could, exactly. And that's the thing. Right now, these guys have boys PK are the ones who, consistently performing, have kept themselves, afloat in the top 2 for 3 games in a row. If in the final one they do end up winning it. So I think that, even if they don't win it, they've got what they need in terms of points. The kills that they got were brilliant. The amount of squads that they wiped was just, insane. Like Crip said, the Bloodhound alone had 8 kills. So that's him wiping out almost 3 squads all by himself, right? So it's quite a bit of a performance that Boys PK have put up, and this is going to be a very difficult team to face off against, because they are strong like a wall. They know when to take fights. They're pretty much like Alt Karo Pancho, just a little different, where in terms that they actually go ahead and initiate fights, whereas Alt Karo Pancho, if fights come to them, they don't shy out from it. They will retreat,
Yeah.
but they will come back immediately. But these guys just keep on hitting the pressure and pedal to the metal. And Boys PK, honestly, aggression while being aware of their entire surroundings is what is their best case scenario for them, and they've done it really well.
Oh, they absolutely are. There's no doubt about that. But Crips, apart from these couple of teams that we've been talking, then let's focus on the bottom 5 for a second, right? Which of those teams do you believe actually have a lot more potential, but they've not been able to live up to it?
Island Boys, of course. I mean, you take a look at the last 2 games and you'll see that they were in great positions, but they didn't have the best timing. In the previous game, when One Clip and their teammates were fighting alongside that same compound, Bunny Mao, Nick Pizza, and Kaz Miller, they did not participate in the fight. They didn't actively go ahead to third party. Even in this one, they were in the best position possible. They had their Seer scanning every single team, and I thought, yeah, that's grounds to win, right? You have info, you have position, you have decent amount of meds and armor because you haven't been fighting throughout the game. So the odds indicate that you are going to win. And they didn't even start fighting in the last one. Boys PK started the fight against the other team, and Bunny Mao and her teammates had the perfect chance to third party. They did not move out of their compound at all. They did not take a single step outside. And this happened like 2 games in a row. So the hesitation to fight kind of got them killed. I think that's what's holding Island Boys back, the hesitation to fight. But then again, you can't really blame them, because Boys PK played that so damn well. They were moving from edge to edge. The first fight they picked up was just outside of Harvester, then on the bridge between Harvester and Lava Siphon, then in the right building of Lava Siphon, on the tabletop compound, and from there, they took the position just outside of Island Boys compound. So they just keep themselves on the edge. They never have to worry about getting shot in the back.
Oh, they absolutely do not have to. But then here's the thing, right? It's a lot of pressure to play as well. There is going to be hesitation if there's some part of you which believes that the team that you're trying to take a fight with might just be better than you. A lot of times they're mechanically better. A lot of times it's just the positioning, the way they approach the game is better. And it can get scary. It can get intimidating. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that when you hesitate and when you don't back yourself, you will find yourself in a situation where your back is against a wall and you will not have anywhere to go. And
but
that's the reason why sometimes it's really important to fake it till you make it, even though you know the opposition is better than you, but you need to have faith in your own skills. And you need to be a little cocky when you step into the server, because you deserve to be there. You're not just you've not just played the game for a couple of hours. You're playing in a tournament, and that's the reason why you'll see a lot of players, right, who do great. They have this mentality. They think they're the best. Sometimes they do believe it. Some of the players really do believe it, by the way. And some of the players are just trying to back themselves. So it really comes down to confidence and just approaching the game with the right mindset, Universe.
Yeah, it most certainly does.
I think Boys PK hit the peak of their confidence when they were able to wipe out ComSpace and his fellow teammates. When they were able to wipe out Hyper Competitive. I think that was like the moment where they hit peak confidence.
But you know what? Let's just have a look at the scoreboard right now and see which teams are on top and which teams are on the bottom. And we'll have a general idea of how these teams have been playing, of course, because the averages matter at the end of the day. It's not going to be the best performance of yours or the worst one. But Boys PK with 82 points.
Damn.
Depression have lost the lead.
Yep, they most certainly have. And I think that the consistency of Boys PK is what's gotten them to the very top. Depression might have done as much as they could in their 4 games that they played, but they didn't have a constant top 2 finish. They had a win. They had top 4, I think, everywhere they went, but it was not really as good. But still, 82 and 80, they're just about done. So you can imagine the amount of impact that Depression would have had in the entire game that they played. And Altacaro Pancho, a little bit away from them, about 60 points. Dream Esports 56. Ogles 3 with 43. They made up for it in the last 2 games, I believe. I think they did really well. And overall, like, this seems like a very, very, given stature that we expected this. Boys PK especially. What a performance by them.
Well, it has been a wonderful performance. There's no doubt about that. But Crips and Universe, it's been a wonderful day. There's no doubt about that. But tomorrow is going to be the culmination of all these teams coming together, the best of the best and the best of the bunch coming together and trying to take a lion's share away of this 1.5 lakh rupees prize pool that we have. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure on day number 2 as well. You will find us here at the same place at the same time, 4 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Do not forget, you are watching NVIDIA GeForce Esports Festival Apex Showdown, sponsored by Crucial and Colorful. And well, we will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys had fun. And until tomorrow, it's going to be Mama, Crips, and Universe signing off.
were supposed to be my executioners.
I'm just getting started.
And so are we. Welcome to Control, an entirely new way to enjoy the Apex games. The rules are simple. 2 teams of 9 compete. Legends gain points for their team by controlling set locations. The team with the most points at the end of the match wins.
You lost. Take it.
The brainchild of beloved philanthropist and interstellar genius Eduardo Silva, this brand new mode gives the people what they want. A blood sport the whole family can enjoy.
Bloody dirtbags.
Cheer for your favorite legends as they battle for control of spectacular locations across the Outlands.
What can I say? I love what I do.
The longer they hold on, the more points they earn.
You better run from Gibraltar.
Righto.
Why should death be the end of the road? In Control, it's nothing more than a speed bump.
Watch out! Here I come, brother.
Get back in there, slugger.
Congratulations.
Whether you're discovering miracle cures
Let's have fun, friend.
or battling enemy legends, teamwork is imperative. With bigger teams than ever before,
Follow the tunnel.
the legends will have to find new ways to get the best out of their squad.
Incoming!
And if a legend's performance makes the fans happy, we'll make that legend happy with our all-new ratings leader title. Great job, Seer.
Exquisite.
Tune in this season to find out who will take control.
Victory is assured.
And now, let's extend a hearty welcome to your new legend.
I'm no legend. I'm a bloody warlord.
After a speedy and fair trial, war criminal Mad Maggie has been humanely sentenced to die in the Apex games. But Maggie is no easy prey. What she lacks in empathy and basic human decency, she makes up for in stubbornness and raw ferocity.
Who wants to die first?
And while her impotent rage is merely delaying the inevitable, it's sure to keep us all entertained.
I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll execute the whole bloody lot of yous. Fist elbow! Ah!
A dastardly sneak attack orchestrated by Mad Maggie has wreaked havoc on Olympus, teleporting objects and buildings across the city. Maggie's sabotage has upended the natural order. The legends will need to adapt quickly to their new surroundings to have any hope of surviving. Of course, there's more to life than just survival.
I know what I like, and I know how to get it.
That's why our legends are able to express themselves to their heart's content.
This outfit could use some high-caliber accessories.
Thanks to bold new leadership, the Apex games are going to be more exciting than ever. We guarantee madness will take control.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Charged and ready. Who's ready to pull some G's?
It's showtime.
Fly. Fight. Win.
Marvelous.
What can I say?
I'm here to break the game.
Here comes a little old school.
The hunt begins. This mask has seen life through death. With each victory, I rise to a new army. And with that, blessed is your departure.